Good morning. Welcome to the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission hearing for November 8th, 2023. We're here in the Santa Barbara hearing room that's been newly renovated with all sorts of high-tech and dazzling lights, and we hope it'll work today, and we even have the flag. So please join me in the flag salute. This away. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Let's hear the TV coverage announcement, if you will, Mr. Villalobos.
Happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB-TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Samaria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB-TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Shall I move on to the roll call?
Please do.
Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Farini.
Here.
Commissioner Martinez.
Here.
And Chair Park.
I'm here too.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go on to the agenda status report. Secretary Wilson.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, in regards to the status of the agenda today, we have one item on the standard agenda, which is the housing element update, and staff is ready to present on that to the Commission today. I can move to the projection report if you'd like, Mr. Chair.
Please do.
At a prior hearing, we had set a special hearing for Monday, November 13th, depending on the outcomes of the hearing today. However, since that time, the items that were tentatively scheduled for the Montecito Planning Commission on November 15th has been withdrawn. So that date is now available. So if we wanted to, depending on how today goes, we could forego the Monday hearing and do a special hearing next Wednesday, the 15th, if we need to.
Let's resolve that right now as much as we can. Fellow commissioners, are any of you more available or less available on the 15th vis-a-vis the 13th?
I'm less available. On
Less
the
of it.
15th, yeah.
So the 13th is better for you? Yeah.
But if I had to, I could change it.
All right. And Mr. Martinez, how's your court calendar?
So we're talking about the 13th versus the,
Versus the 15th. Is there one that's preferable for you?
I'm more available the 15th, to tell you the truth. Yes.
Okay. And what I would imagine that if we have something to work on in between, it's easier for staff for Wednesday the 15th. Is that right? Okay. Commissioner Bradley, are you totally unavailable Wednesday, or what's your Wednesday look like?
I can flip a couple things. It's okay.
You could make it?
Yeah.
Okay. And would starting at a different time make any difference to you?
Yeah, actually, starting at 1. Starting at 1 would make a big difference.
Okay, well,
But with that said, I can still flip the morning if that works best for everybody.
okay. Well, knowing that we have this hanging over us, let it hang over the rest of the day while we get things done to the degree we can today. And maybe this will incentivize us to get it all done today, knowing that we haven't really quite worked it out. But at least we have something to work with. Okay, I interrupted your projection report.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, looking further down the projection report, our next hearing after next week, if we have one, would be on November 29th. And that we have scheduled the agricultural enterprise ordinance to go before the Planning Commission, or to come before the Planning Commission. Following that, December 6th, we have a number of items projected for that day. this time, there's 3 items projected. An appeal of the Verizon wireless project at Camino Mejora. We'll see if that actually happens. And then we have another telecom project on that day as well. And then we have a conditional use permit for a cannabis retail store in Los Alamos on December 6th. And then on December 13th, we have one item projected, which is Quayside H Development Agreement. And then moving into the new year, that would be our final hearing of 2023. And then we'll be moving into the following year. We haven't projected anything for January 10th at this point. Actually, we don't have anything projected for January at this time for the County Planning Commission. One item before I leave the projection report is our much anticipated and long awaited holiday gathering. So I think the email went out looking at December 6th or 13th, and I looked to Mr. Villalobos if he's got any word back. I think we have received some responses, but I don't know if we've actually picked a date. So now might be a good time to get a firm direction from this commission. We're still waiting to hear back from the Montecito Planning Commissioners as well. So I think there was one vote for the 6th that I saw. I don't know if any of the other commissioners have any desires on dates.
Mr. Chair, just a comment on that. I think I said I preferred the 6th, but the main reason was if we're inclined to expand the break and for staff and commissioners, we'll certainly have a hearing on the 6th. We might be inclined to cancel the 13th, and so we have the potential of missing the gathering. So that's why I expressed that preference.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the 13th is a solid date. That item is going to be going on the 13th.
Well, another thing to consider is the where of it. Because the 6th is Santa Barbara, the 13th is Santa Maria.
Mr. Chair, that is fluid at the moment,
What's fluid?
those locations.
Oh, okay.
The reason why I say it's a little fluid, I don't know if that's an appropriate term. So
Well, I want to hear why it's fluid at all after.
they had anticipated closing down the Betaravia Government Center for hearings because they were going to do some upgrades there till March. So we may be back down here in December, both days, because of the hearing room in Santa Maria not being available. They're going to do upgrades up there as well. So it's fluid because I think we're waiting for final word on that. But I would anticipate we're going to be down here for both hearings.
Okay. And even if it was still fluid, is there any reason we couldn't just say, guess what, we're going to be here on the 13th regardless? Is that a decision in which planning commissioners have any role?
We can do that right now, Mr. Chair, if you'd like.
Because there's a difference, a practical difference on the holiday situation. It was a lovely celebration last year. We walked a few blocks, which was fun, and it was available for everybody in the building, and that was nice meeting with people. You know, I don't think we can walk to Pappy's in Santa Maria. And I don't want to go to Panera Bread for Christmas. And so I think it's something we better do in Santa Barbara. That's my vote. And as between the dates, I could care less. So there you are.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I have a correction. I just checked with my secretary regarding the 13th and 15th. 13th resounding yes, the 15th was exclamation no. So,
Oh, okay.
are we talking December or the? Yeah, we're talking December. Oh, yeah, same thing, yeah. And this December 6th is what we're also talking to. Yeah.
Okay,
So was
now,
that Mr. Chair, was that a resounding no for the December 13th holiday gathering or a resounding no for next week special hearing?
Special hearing for the 13th is great.
Okay,
If it was the 15th for a special hearing,
Okay.
it was a no.
Okay. All right.
so then moving to the holiday gathering. Sorry, this is
All of us moving together.
so painful for such holiday chair. So we're looking for direction. I know we seem a little oblivious to the date, but it would be helpful for us to reserve the room if we picked a day. So we need to reserve it. So all the other holiday gatherers are going to beat us to it.
To move this along, I move that it be the 13th of December in Santa Barbara. Seconded. Yes, it was seconded. All in favor, please say aye. There you go.
And Mr. Chair, we'll let the Montecito Planning Commissioners know that that was the date selected or chosen.
Oh, do they eat with us? I can't remember. Okay, good. Okay. Anything else on your projection
Mr.
report?
Chair, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think that concludes the
When's
projection.
the Easter Bunny coming? You know, okay.
That will be in March or April.
Yeah, you'll work it out. Okay, then let's move on to public comment. And this is public comment on things that are not on the agenda. Okay, and it's limited to 15 minutes total, and I like to see it end at 3 minutes per speaker, but it almost never happens anyway. Do we have anybody here for public comment on items that are not on the agenda? I don't see any of my speaker slips referring to that. Mr. Villalobos, do you have anything online or on the phone or?
Mr. Chair, I don't see any hands up, so this is the opportunity for anyone who wanted to speak during this portion of the hearing. Raise your hand in Zoom and I'll call on you. I'm not seeing any raised hands.
Okay. Then let's move on to Planning Commissioners' informational reports. Do any of the commissioners have something they would like to report? Commissioner Freeney.
Thank you, Chair Park. Well, my son came over last night and he started talking about the weather, that next week's going to be a disaster. 1.5 inches of rain, and he's very distressed. And then this morning, driving here, says, no rain next week. So I don't know what the weather is going to do, but it was quite beautiful driving along the coast here. 11 years ago, Supervisor-elect Adam asked me to help him find a planning commissioner, and we couldn't find anybody who would volunteer, so that fell to me 11 years ago, right? Here I am. Things have changed, and there's a lot of people interested in the position, and I've always said I think it's best if we have new people who are interested in different circles in our community. Engagement and involvement of the public is a key vision of mine. So with that, I just wanted to let my fellow commissioners know that this will be my last month as a planning commissioner for the 4th District.
Make me want to cry. Oh. Okay, we're going to have us a good time next.
Mr. Chair, can I say
Sunday.
something to that? Because I
Oh, no, it's not a party anymore, it's a roast.
Well, I was thinking, that's why I gave you guys some time.
Okay.
Okay, so
All right, so we can
I
plan.
think today we have a lot to go over, and so we'll have another meeting or two where we can roast away.
Last month, okay. so
Okay.
I just wanted to state that I have so much enjoyed having you on this commission because it really helps the diversity of us, you know, and because so much of the county is reliant on agriculture and farming, and you bring that expertise, and I've always learned so much, and I've really appreciated it. So I wish you well, but I hope we get someone with some ag background too. So, and you're going to be on the hunt for a replacement, is that right? Thank you.
Well, okay, anything else? Yeah, it will. Okay, let's have the summary and director's report from Director Plowman.
I vote no on Larry's departure. Um, So just a few things to report on the board actions that we've had over the last few weeks. We had the Garrity Garage appeal that went to the Board of Supervisors, and that was something that we had recommended denial of because it was the conversion of a garage for a dining room use and in Isla Vista, and anyway.
That was an ADU thing?
No, it was just to convert it to a dining room. Yeah. So anyway, we had recommended denial for a variety of reasons with respect to the parking requirements, and the board upheld that decision. And then we also visited the board on the same day about something that we'll talk in more detail during the housing element presentation, but it has to do with levels of affordability in the North County housing market versus the South County housing market. So I won't spoil it now. We can talk about it then, but we got direction from the board on how to change some assumptions for the North County so that they're slightly different than the South County. And then yesterday we were at the board. For some time, we've had many, many conversations about safety on the Isla Vista Bluffs. And there's been a lot done by Supervisor Hartman over the years when Isla Vista was in her district to ensure that students were aware about bluff issues and working with the landlords to make sure tenants were aware about the bluff issues, requiring fencing along the bluffs, et cetera. We've continued to see really terrible, tragic events happen out there. And it was over, I think, Labor Day weekend or Memorial Day weekend, there was another death, which is, these people's lives are cut very short, which is very, very sad. So we, with the second district, assisted the second district in bringing forward an item yesterday that increased the fencing height and the railing height along balconies to 6 feet. So that is something that's being changed in the building code. It's not being changed in our zoning ordinance. So it's something that will go into effect without any requirement to go through the Coastal Commission on that. So it's not something that they immediately have to do, but there is a series of incentives that are being created for landowners to come in. And the second district has contributed funding so that we can waive fees for people who want to go ahead and get the type of permit that they need to increase the height of those structures, or what we're calling guardrails. So I think that was a very constructive addition to all the things that have been done in the past to try and ensure greater safety along that bluff top.
Mr. Chair, I actually have a question for Director Plowman. Can I ask it now?
Go ahead.
The 6 foot, is that on structures or is that on
Any fencing
on the bluff?
Right. So we have a fencing requirement within 5 feet of the bluff, but in some cases, and that will now be 6 feet, that requirement. In some cases, the balcony railing is within 5 feet, and if that's the case, then that has to be changed to be 6 feet and non-climbable. And the CSD, I saw Mr. Lindgren here earlier, is also going to be changing the fencing along county parks. Right. So right now they have split rail fencing, but then they have a non-climbable mesh that is put up with that so that you can't climb it, but you also, it's not highly visible. So it still looks like a split rail fence from a distance.
And so by making it a building code change, then it's not having to go to Coastal Commission, it's an
Correct.
ordinance amendment.
Correct.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very efficient. Thank you.
And then the other item that went to the board yesterday was the shopping center change and the ADU ordinance amendments. So, and I think, Alex, did we make that change between the PC and the board?
I'm going to ask Mr. Tuttle to report on one of the changes that we made that the board also supported in the ADU ordinance regarding existing structures that are being converted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, if you recall back from that meeting last month on the ADUs, one of your commission was lamenting of our limited authority to regulate ADU conversions and the size of ADU conversions. So we looked into that further, and we did find a circumstance, limited circumstance, where that can be regulated in certain situations. So we did present that to the board, and they adopted that, which would establish again, in certain situations, a size limit of 1,200 square feet for a conversion. So if you had a larger structure than that, you could convert 1,200 square feet of that to an ADU. The rest would have to remain some other accessory structure. So in an effort to try to reduce the situation we've seen where a lot of people will build large accessory structures and then immediately convert them to ADUs.
I think that's a laudable effort. What you mentioned a limited circumstance. What did that mean?
Well, as you might recall from that hearing, we discussed sort of two classifications of ADUs. One's where we have more authority, others where we don't, or where we have less authority.
Are you referring to the exempt?
Yeah, the state exempt versus non-exempt. So it would apply to the non-exempt ADUs. So in the case of conversions, it's really in some zone districts, non-residential zone districts, where ADUs would fall into that category.
And what we call the exempt provisions here in the county, those are for, as I recall, zones where it's expressly zoned for residential.
Correct.
So for example, if it's an Ag 1, which allows residential but is not zoned for residential, then the exempt conditions don't apply, but our development standards do.
Correct.
Okay, so at least we won't be seeing somebody convert a 40,000-foot horse arena to an ADU. Yeah, all right.
Okay.
That's a very good thing to have addressed.
And then, I don't know if we've talked about this, but I'm going to remind the commission that during the budget hearings this year, there was a discussion of creating what we call an ombudsman or woman that will work with landowners and county departments and state agencies on creek repair. So in preparation for the El Nino, we have identified Petra Leva. So Planning and Development is going to take that role on. Petra Leva is now getting set up and meeting with county departments and coordinating with state and federal agencies who landowners might have to be dealing with during storms on repairs to drainage courses where there's significant damage. So it's just a way to try and get ahead of the game, and we know that landowners can go through quite a bit in terms of trying to get something permitted, and so our goal is to make sure that that process goes as smoothly as possible. So she's in the process of just getting prepped for the rains that we hope are coming, but only in a steady, slow manner. And then future board items. So we have talked about the environmental justice element. That we haven't identified a date yet for it to be coming to the Planning Commission or the board, but it has been involved a great deal of coordination with other departments. It involves 12 other departments, and we're just finishing up that process of completing that coordination. And then we will schedule it in early 2024 to come to the commission, and then it'll go to the board after that. And then the housing element update that you'll be hearing today is scheduled to go to the board on the 5th of December. And then we will submit after that to the state for final compliance determination. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Director Plowman? I'm just practicing checking for the microphone lights. Okay. Well, thank you. Let's move on to the standard agenda. You read that into the record, Mr. Villalobos.
Happy to, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the County of Santa Barbara Planning and Development Department that the County Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt a general plan amendment, case number 22 GPA 2, to adopt the 2023 to 2031 housing element update dated September 2023 of the county comprehensive plan as required by state housing law, element law, government code sections 65580 through 65589.11.
We don't have to announce ex parte contacts or site visits, which is good because it's the whole county. And it's my understanding from talking with staff that we're looking at a presentation half hour plus or minus. So why don't we go ahead with it now, and then we'll reserve a break until you're done. But if it's going on and you want to take a break, just give me the thumbs up and we can take one during it. Okay, well,
All right, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the item and then introduce our staff here that's prepared to present. So the housing element process is something that every jurisdiction is required to go through every 8 years. And the purpose of is to plan for future housing for your community. This cycle will take us to 2032, right? There have been a lot of changes in the state law since the last cycle. And the state has gotten very, very serious about jurisdictions actually creating a set of circumstances where housing could be built. That means removing governmental barriers or any other kind of barriers that we might have some control over. It means making sure we have adequate land at adequate densities to get the right levels of affordability. And there are a lot of consequences when you're not in compliance. So this cycle has been much more challenging than previous cycles in terms of getting the document to a place where the state would be willing to accept it and allow us to move forward to hearings. What I do want to say is that we started this process over 2 years ago in working on the housing element. SB CAG made the decision on the allocation of housing through the RENA process in July of 2021. So we've been working for quite some time on this, and it's been a very substantial effort for the Long Range Planning Division. We originally submitted a draft to the state in March of this year. It takes quite a bit of time, and many jurisdictions can take 9 months, 10 months, over a year to get their housing elements to a place that the state will accept it and allow you to move forward to hearings. I think I'd like to just commend the staff for all the hard work that they did to produce a document that the state didn't have substantial changes to. I mean, they had changes because they change everybody's element, but we were able to work with them, and we had 2 rounds of review with them, and then they authorized us to move forward. So it was in October, on the 16th of October, that they said, you're substantially in compliance, we support this document, please go on to hearings. So that they did a tremendous amount of work, the staff did, and I just want to say how proud I am of them, and this is a big day for them to be able to be here. I do also want to note that there has been, and we'll go into this during the presentation from staff, but there has been public review of the housing element document. Before we submitted to the state, we had to have 30-day review, and people could submit comments, and then we would make adjustments where we felt it was suitable to do so. It's a little different than an environmental impact report process where you submit comments and then there's a response to comments, a written document. In this case, we review them and we make changes. So that was the first 30-day, and then each time we posted a new draft of the element, and before we could submit to the state, we had to have 7 days of review for the public to be able to monitor it, what was happening and the changes that would be made. And each draft would have track changes so the public could follow that. So one of the things, and then we had a series of workshops and whatnot. I think an important thing to establish today is there are 2 steps in this process. So we have and this is the way the state set it up. When you originally draft your housing element and you're preparing it, you do a site analysis to determine whether or not you have sufficient land at the right densities to be able to accommodate the lower income allocation, the moderate income allocation, and the above moderate or market rate allocation. And when we did that, we found that we were short. We did not have sufficient land to be able to accommodate the RHNA numbers that we had been given. So what that means is that we have to rezone land. So the state process sets it up that you can adopt your housing element, and in your housing element, you have a program that talks about future rezones, and they give jurisdictions anywhere between 1 year to 3 years, depending on whether or not you met your original state deadline with the submittal of an adopted housing element. Because we did not make that deadline in February 2023, we had a year to process rezones after the adoption of our this is a long-winded way of saying that today is about reviewing the housing element document, which is the data that tells us what's happening in our community and the programs and policies that are going to direct what we are to be doing over the next 8 years to facilitate housing, construction, and levels of affordability in our community. The rezones are a second step in the process. They are not part of the hearing today. They're talked about tangentially, but we are not taking action on that. That is a process that will occur in early 2024. And we have a programmatic EIR that's reviewing all of those rezone sites. That document will be coming out in December for public review. So that is something that is a separate step. Today, again, the focus is on the actual housing element update. And the key thing really is to look at the programs and the policies. We'll be spending most of our time talking about those items today. The other thing I just want to note too is that, and we've seen some letters from the public saying there hasn't been public process or we haven't even gone to the board yet, but we have been to the board. We've been to the board a total of 3 times discussing various items on the housing element. The first visit was in February on the 14th, and we went with all of the programs that we were proposing, and then the board gave the department direction on programs that they wanted to tweak and programs that they wanted to add. So we took that information and we wrapped that into the document that we submitted to the state. We also went back to the board on the 4th of April to report on the public comment that we had received during our 30-day review and changes that we'd made and sites that had been added to our sites inventory list, like a number of county-owned sites were added and a couple of other privately owned sites were added. And then we went again on October 17th to get some additional direction from the board about affordability assumptions from new development for the North County region. So I just wanted to make sure that the Planning Commission was aware of those times that we had gone to the board and gotten direction from them on, and it's guided the document that's been prepared here today. With that, I would like to introduce the staff that's here today. We have Alan Bell, who's our supervising planner, and it's been a Herculean effort for Alan, and I'm just really congratulate him on all the work he's done. And we have Eva Marrero here with us, and she's our numbers person, and so she has been really cranking on the types of units, the allocations that we have for sites that we've identified for meeting the RHNA allocation. And then we have Alex Tuttle, who's our deputy director. So congratulations. Eva did a lot of number crunching over the last 2 years, and so it's been a long haul, but we're here today and we're very excited to present to the board. Planning Commission, thank you. Planning Commission.
Well, it can be a dry run.
Yeah, right. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bell, or Mr. Tuttle, whoever's gonna go first. Mr. Bell.
I'll take it from here. The way we're going to do this is I'm going to begin the presentation, and then Ms. Marrero will take over and talk about some of the numbers, and then I'll follow up by talking about some of the goals. But just to give you an idea, a preview of what we're going to be talking about, we're going to begin with a bit of introduction to the housing element. We'll talk about the RHNA, or Regional Housing Needs Allocation, the sites inventory, goals, policies, and programs, our outreach efforts, environmental review, comprehensive plan consistency, and the status and next steps. So that's where we're headed. So to begin, the housing element is a state-mandated element to the comprehensive plan. Its principal purpose is to accommodate existing and projected housing needs for all residents of the unincorporated county. And when we talk about that, we talk about all residents, meaning various income categories, various household types, and special needs populations. As Lisa mentioned, state law requires the county to update its housing element every 8 years. The current update is for the 2023-2031 planning period. And under state law, one of the unusual things about this element is that state HCD, or California Department of Housing and Community Development, is charged with reviewing drafts and adopted versions to determine whether or not they comply with state housing element law. As Ms. Marrero will discuss in more detail, the county's existing zoning will not accommodate our RHNA, or regional housing needs. As a result, the housing element update identifies potential rezone sites. This means that, as Lisa explained a few minutes ago, that we do have a two-step process here. Today is part of the first step, that is adoption of the housing element update. We'll be going to the Board of the Supervisors to ask them to consider adoption of the housing element on December 5th. Following that is the second step, which is adoption of the rezones. Those will come to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission will make recommendations to the board. The board will make final decisions on selecting the rezones. That'll happen in early 2024. So the housing element itself, the content of it is totally prescribed by state law. We don't have much latitude. It is very, very prescriptive. The government code goes over it in great detail. State HCD has pages and pages and pages of guidelines, standards, building blocks, as they call them. So the county's housing element consists of a principal document. It has 5 chapters. It also has attachments. We have 9 appendices, A through I, and then we also have the site's inventory itself. Today, what we're going to focus on is really Chapter 5 in many respects. That's where we see the county's goals, policies, programs that are intended to address the county's housing needs. More specifically, the chapters include Chapter 1, which is a vision, purpose, and community input. Chapter 2, community housing needs summary. Chapter 3, housing constraints assessment. Chapter 4, the sites inventory. And then Chapter 5 is what we titled the housing plan and resources, which again includes the goals, policies, and programs to help meet the county's housing needs over the next 8 years. To just set the stage a bit, housing costs are extremely high throughout the county. We, in this county, are experiencing one of the nation's most severe housing crises. Some of the statistics here are intended to just give you kind of a sense of what we're facing and what some of our goals, policies, and programs are intended to help address. So when we look at costs, the county ranks 6th in terms of the highest average cost for rental housing in the United States. Housing costs are extremely high in the county, and as a result, we see a high percentage of rental households. We have 40% of the total households are composed of renters. When we look at that category and what those households are paying, 55% of the renters are cost burdened. And what that means is that those households are paying 30% or more of their gross income for housing. 29% of the renters are severely cost burdened. And what that means is that they're paying 50% or more of their gross income for housing. So when you take a look at it, just to give you an example of a rental housing situation, using one study that was prepared, a 2-bedroom unit in the county would average somewhere around $2,667 a month. So the wage that a person would have to earn to afford that and not be cost burdened, that is not paying more than 30% of their income, would be $51.29 an hour, or $106,680 per year. But when we look at what average wages are, they're far below that. We have the average renter wage of around $29.82, or $62,086 per year. So what that means is that people are going to, one, pay a lot more of their percentage of income. They are going to be cost burdened. Or two, the other thing to think about is that many of these households have to work more than one job in order to afford housing. A couple of other factors that contribute to where we are and where we're going is population increase. In the next 30 years, we're expected to have a 13% increase, going from 461,000 people in 2020 to 522,000 in 2050. This is going to increase the demand for housing and continue to put pressure on housing costs. Lastly, we know that a lot of people simply can't afford to live in the county. And one statistic that reflects that is commuting. We have 31,330 workers that commute to the South Coast on a daily basis. Those are people, oftentimes, that simply can't afford housing in the county, so they go to outside areas up north into Ventura, Oxnard, where they can find affordable housing. But the jobs are here in the county itself. So with that, let's talk a little bit about the RHNA, which you probably heard a lot about. RHNA stands for the Regional Housing Need Allocation. And each city and county must accommodate its fair share of regional housing needs, or RHNA. The RHNA process determines how many new homes and the affordabilities of those homes that each local government must plan for in its housing element. So according to state law, state HCD sets the total number of housing units needed throughout the entire county. And they do that at the start of the update process. State HCD also divides the total number of units into 4 income categories and 2 subcategories for Santa Barbara County. The income categories, as shown in the slide here, are low, lower, moderate, above moderate. And in this case, when we refer to lower, we're referring to actually 2 categories that are lumped together, very low and low. Second thing is the 2 subregions. We have the South Coast subregion, and then we have the North County. So this is the first time that the state actually divided the RHNA. And by divided, I don't mean they split it in half, but they allocated portion of it to the South Coast, a portion of it to the North County. And what you'll notice is that while the total RHNA is 5,664 units for the entire county, that's almost 10 times larger than our previous RHNA of 661 units. What's interesting and notable here is that nearly 75% of the total RHNA went to the South Coast. And the rationale there and the reason is in part, this is to help address the jobs housing imbalance, which increases housing demand, housing costs, commuting, and in turn, greenhouse gas emissions. So again, this breaks everything down by North County, South Coast, and the total. And Eva's going to talk a little bit more about some of the specifics when we get to her presentation. Another factor that we want to give some consideration to is a recent law that was passed in 2019. It's called the No Net Loss Law. The purpose of that law is to require cities and counties to maintain adequate sites in their sites inventory to meet their unmet RHNA in all income categories throughout the planning period, the 8-year planning period. And so what this means is that if you have at any point a project or multiple projects that don't build out as projected, let's say they don't build out as many lower income units than projected, and your inventory then falls below what your RHNA is for that income category. The consequence is that state law and the no net loss law require the local government to rezone additional sites. And that would be after adoption, but sometime during the 8-year housing cycle. The local jurisdictions have to rezone additional sites to accommodate their unmet RHNA. And they have to do this within 180 days. So HCD in their guidance recognizes the burden that this places on local jurisdictions and recommends that local jurisdictions apply a buffer to their RHNA of 15 to 30%. The county and the housing element itself is proposing a buffer of 15% for lower income units and 15% for moderate income units. And we are not proposing any buffer for above moderate because we generate so many above moderate units, which again, you'll see more of in a minute. But the idea is to avoid having to go and identify additional rezone sites partway through or at some point during our next 8-year cycle. And so with that, I'd like to turn things over to Eva Marrero, and she'll give you some information on the sites inventory and where we stand in terms of our meeting our housing needs.
Thank you, Alan. So as Alan alluded to, the sites inventory is a spreadsheet of land suitable and available for residential development to meet the county's housing needs. It includes zoning, land use, acreage, unit capacity, and other housing-related information on approximately 450 vacant parcels throughout the unincorporated county. The sites inventory also determines the county's current capacity to accommodate the 2023 to 2031 RHNA for each income level. The county's current housing capacity includes 3 categories of sites. Those are vacant sites under existing zoning, projected accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, and pending projects. Government Code Section 65583.2A dictates that sites included in the county's vacant sites inventory must have potential for development within the 8-year timeframe of the housing element planning period. They also dictate that we use selection criteria to determine which vacant sites can be suitable to contribute towards our RHNA. Staff used the following selection criteria to identify vacant sites. These included that sites be vacant, within or adjacent to urban areas, having existing or potential access to water and sewer services, few or no environmental constraints, fell outside of airport safety zones that limit or preclude residential development, and were not zoned for agriculture. The county also used residential development trends from the previous planning period to calculate the realistic capacity on vacant sites. Altogether, the county found that vacant sites could contribute 1,800 units towards the RHNA. State HCD also allows the county to count future ADUs toward its RHNA. That's the second category of current capacity sites. Staff projected the number of future ADUs based on development trends, in other words, the number of approved building permits for ADUs in the previous planning period. Staff considered online rental data and the emergence of no-rent ADUs when assigning an income level to these units. And no-rent ADUs are ADUs in which the owner does not charge monthly rent costs to the tenant. The county anticipated in total that ADUs could contribute up to 800 units towards the RHNA. Finally, pending projects can also contribute to the county's RHNA. The county counted units from two categories of pending projects. The first, county-permitted pending projects, and the second, projects resulting from the University of California, Santa Barbara, UC Santa Barbara. In all, county-permitted projects totaled 30 projects across the North and the South County and would contribute a total of 2,171 units. UC Santa Barbara identified 3 projects that will ultimately be occupied by staff and faculty within the upcoming planning period, and all of these units would be dedicated towards the South Coast, which is where the university is located, and those could contribute a total of 735 units. Currently, the housing element document considers county-owned sites as part of the county's existing or current housing capacity. However, staff will modify the housing element update to exclude county-owned sites from its current capacity before the board hearing on December 5th, and will instead put these sites into a separate category similar to that of potential rezone sites, which I'll cover shortly. This change will affect the South Coast by increasing its shortfall of units for the lower and moderate income levels and decreasing its surplus of units for the above moderate income level. The housing element update currently assumes that all vacant residentially zoned sites with a density of 20 units or more per acre will build out with 50% units towards the lower income, 25% towards the moderate income, and 25% towards the above moderate income levels. On October 17th, however, the board directed staff to adjust the unit affordability assumptions for vacant residentially zoned sites with a density of 20 units or more per acre in the North County. The new assumptions presume that the percentage of lower income units will increase as density increases. Between 65 to 75% of all units per site going towards the lower income, 25 towards moderate income, and between 0 and 10% towards the above moderate income. The South Coast affordability assumptions remain the same. All other affordability assumptions for sites in the vacant sites inventory remain the same across the county. These include the assumption that residential sites at a density of between 0 and 5 units per acre would develop at 100% affordable to the above moderate category. Residential sites between 6 and 18 units per acre would contribute exclusively to the moderate income category, and all commercial sites would contribute to the moderate income category. The next 2 slides are going to show our current capacity and the shortfall of units for our RHNA in both the South Coast and the North County. So this table shows that after counting ADUs, vacant sites, and pending projects, the South Coast lacks sufficient units to accommodate its RHNA for the lower and the moderate income households. By contrast, the North County only lacks sufficient sites to accommodate its RHNA for the lower income households. Government Code Section 65583C1 requires that the county rezone sites and/or take other actions to accommodate 100% of its shortfall of units for the lower and moderate income households. The county will accommodate this shortfall through a combination of potential rezone sites, and county-owned sites. Staff examined more than 1,000 vacant and non-vacant sites throughout the unincorporated areas of the county to identify an initial list of proposed rezones. In addition to using the site selection criteria it used for vacant sites, which I previously mentioned, staff prioritized vacant infill development sites in urban areas for these potential rezone sites. These sites are closer to public transit, water, sewer, utilities, and other services and infrastructure. However, some of the sites selected to be potential rezones do not meet all of the site selection criteria due to limited availability of the optimal sites. For example, 15 potential rezone sites are currently zoned for agriculture, and 1 potential rezone site in the South Coast is within the rural area. Government code dictates that the county apply a minimum residential density of at least 20 units per acre to all rezoned sites that could accommodate units for the lower income households. The affordability assumptions for the rezoned sites are identical to those of the county's vacant sites. As a result of different affordability percentages for the North County rezoned sites could generally contribute more units to the lower income level. In total, the county identified 18 potential rezone sites in the South Coast with a combined total unit potential of 5,848 units. These sites generally fall within the Eastern Goleta Valley, Goleta, and Carpinteria Valley. The county also identified 18 potential rezone sites in the North County, this time with a total potential of 2,300 units. These sites fall within the general locations of Orcutt, New Cuyama, Mission Hills, and Santa Ynez Valley. As far as county-owned sites, staff examined approximately 500 vacant and non-vacant county-owned sites throughout the county. The housing element update identifies 9 sites, all on the South Coast, that are suitable for future housing development in the upcoming planning cycle. Based on conceptual plans and proposed densities for these sites, future development of all of these sites could result in a total of 321 units. In all, staff identified more potential rezone sites and county-owned sites than necessary to accommodate the RHNA plus the 15% buffer. This provides the board with some flexibility to keep or discard sites when it selects its final rezone sites in early 2024 after adoption of the HEU. State HCD defines each income level as a percentage of the county's AMI, or area median income. These income levels will become significant when the county begins tracking projects as they come in over the next 8 years, and the county will use these values to assign new projects to each income level for the RHNA throughout the housing element planning period. This process also relates to the no net loss law that Alan covered a few slides ago. Alan's now going to talk about goals, policies, programs, and actions for the housing element update.
Chapter 5 contains the goals, policies, and programs that the county will rely on to help accommodate its housing needs and its RHNA. But many of these programs are also essentially state-mandated requirements. What we have in Chapter 5 are 6 goals, and then with each goal we have a number of associated policies, which we have 17 in total. The goals and the policies really kind of lay out, in a general sense, objectives and an overall strategy for meeting the county's housing needs. The programs we have are associated with actions, and we have 25 programs and 99 actions that will implement the goals and the policies themselves. When we look at the programs, they're very distinct from the more broader goals and policies. They are very specific, they're measurable, they have timelines associated with them, and they also have responsible departments. That is, it names the department that's going to be responsible for actually taking the measures to complete specific programs and actions. One thing to keep in mind is that as we go through these, the county and P&D in particular will be responsible for implementing and completing these. And that's going to take a considerable amount of staff time and resources throughout the next planning cycle. So therefore, that's something that's going to be discussed in our work program later in next year, but it is something just to keep in mind. To give you a sense of the 6 goals, we've listed them here. And we have, say, goal 1 is to enhance the affordability, diversity, quantity, quality of the housing supply and promote livable communities. Number 2 is to promote and encourage and facilitate housing for special needs groups. Number 3 is affirmatively furthering fair housing. Goal 4 is to preserve affordable housing stock and cultivate financial resources for the provision of affordable housing. Goal 5 is to foster cooperative relationships and efficient government. And Goal 6 is to promote home ownership and the continued availability of affordable units, including extremely low, very low, moderate, and upper moderate income households. So the programs themselves, we have 25 of them, and I'm not going to go through and read each one, but what I'd like to do is just kind of give you a quick overview, and then we'll focus in on just a couple of them so you can get a feeling of how they're structured and how the program relates to specific actions. So beginning with Program 1, for example, it deals with adequate sites for the RHNA and monitoring for no net loss. Goal 4 deals with our inclusionary housing and specifically our inclusionary housing ordinance. Goal 6, Program 6 talks about and addresses housing for farm workers and employees. Goal 8 addresses housing for the homeless. Goal 9, Program 9, sites for emergency shelters. We have Program 10, which deals with accessory dwelling units. Program 13 addresses updates to zoning ordinance that deal with state density bonus law. Program 16 looks at reducing governmental constraints. Goal 19, Program 19 addresses short-term rentals. Program 20 addresses housing rehabilitation. Program 22 addresses recreational amenities for housing projects. Then finally, we have Program 23, which deals with a workforce housing study, and a rental program in Program 24 that deals with rental housing incentive program. So that gives you just kind of a sense of the broad nature of these. But again, the programs in general are tailored to satisfy and comply with the requirements of state housing element law. So just to give you a little bit more detail about specific programs, we've selected just a couple of them to go through. So Program 1, adequate sites for the RHNA and monitoring of no net loss. So with each program, we have a series of actions, and those are shown by the sub-bullets in this slide. So for example, by February 15, 2024, complete rezoning to fully accommodate the RHNA plus the 15% buffer. Going down, biannually report the status of the site's inventory to the Board of Supervisors. Last sub-bullet is maintain sufficient sites throughout the planning period to accommodate its remaining unmet RHNA. That addresses the no net loss law. So what you'll notice here is that each one is generally tied to a time frame, the measure that we'll be taking, And then we also identify the department responsible for actually completing that. And I didn't list all those in this case, but we do have a complete list in the staff report that breaks that down, a table. Program 4, inclusionary housing. The first task by the end of 2026, amend the inclusionary housing ordinance to accomplish a number of things, including complying with current state law and increasing the length of time that units retain a sales price restriction from 45 to 90 years. We also have a provision to annually prepare a report that monitors the effectiveness of the inclusionary housing ordinance. Program 16 is a reduction of governmental constraints, and these are primarily targeted at amendments to our current zoning ordinances to improve the process, streamline the process for different types of housing, but also to accommodate additional types of housing where it may not currently be allowed. So for example, the first sub-bullet is within 3 years of adoption, adopt zoning ordinance amendments that allow multi-level housing in residential and other zones where it's currently not allowed. Annually review and identify necessary amendments to the zoning ordinances to ensure compliance with state law. This is intended to help us keep up with the multitude of laws on housing that the legislature's been passing. And then lastly, within 3 years of adoption, modernize the multifamily residential and commercial zone districts to facilitate the development of multifamily housing. Again, we have timeframes associated with each of the actions. And again, in the housing element itself, in Chapter 5, we identify the departments responsible. Program 21 deals with local preference, and this is one that we're going to be exploring by June 2025. Study the development of an ordinance or guidelines that establish local preference for people who live and work within the county regions. And we focus in this case on the upper moderate income, which is 120 to 200% of AMI. It's often referred to as workforce housing or the missing middle. Just a couple of other ones. We have Program 22, which deals with recreation amenities for housing projects. One of the requirements is to annually update the development of impact fees for parks. The second provision is by December 2024, the county will consider a tiered reduced fee for affordable housing projects. This is to reduce some of the development impact fees to make the projects more affordable and feasible so they can accommodate lower income families. And then lastly, by 2026, adopt the countywide recreation master plan. And this is a case where some of these tasks are tied to development review, but in the case of the master plan, that's actually one that's being handled by the Department of Community Services and the Parks Division. 23, workforce housing study. By December 2024, complete a workforce housing study. This is another program and an action that's being handled by the Community Services Division. With that, just to give you a reminder that the county began its public outreach efforts at the beginning of the update process. They've been quite extensive and consisted of a wide range of activities. This slide and the accompanying bullets just simply gives you a range of some of the key activities that we undertook. For example, we maintain a website throughout the planning process and will continue to do so. We have YouTube videos that introduce the housing element, talk about the RHNA. Those are both in English and Spanish. We have an interactive map that's been up for quite some time now. It goes through and allows you to look at the rezone sites and other sites that we've looked at and counted upon. And by clicking on those, you can see the number of units that we projected, current zoning, proposed zoning, and the like. We also have recently posted a virtual housing simulations, which allows you to go in and look at the potential rezone sites and the county-owned sites and make selections. And it has a scoreboard to tell you how close we would be to meeting our RENA based on projects. So it allows you to really kind of come up with your own housing plan in terms of selecting rezone sites and selecting county-owned sites as options. And it'll calculate the total number of units that each project generates, and then what its contribution to the RENA. And then once you hit the RENA numbers for each income category, it'll tell you that. We also maintained a mailing list, 790 housing element contacts. When we do our email blasts, we send them out to over 10,000 total contacts. We have a housing needs survey that the department undertook. We had over 500 responses to that. We conducted an EIR scoping meeting early in the housing element process. We've had dozens and dozens of stakeholder meetings. We've conducted public workshops, 2 in the South Coast, 1 in the North County. And then we've had, of course, the public review required under state housing element law for the draft housing element. That was earlier this year, and we had 509 comments that we received on that element, on the draft element. For environmental review, we've determined that the housing element itself, that is adoption of the housing element, is exempt from CEQA pursuant to the common sense exemption. And that's basically an exemption that states that there's no possibility that the activity may have a significant effect on the environment. Now, in contrast, again, we have a 2-step process. We have adoption of the housing element, and then we're going to have adoption of the rezones. So the notice of exemption only covers the adoption of the housing element. We are preparing a program environmental impact report for the rezones. That'll be released in December, and then that'll be part of the hearing process early next year for selection and adoption of the rezone sites. For comprehensive plan consistency, housing elements, goals, and policies comply with specific requirements under state housing element law. They're very housing-specific topics. They were written to be consistent with non-housing provisions in other elements of the comprehensive plan. The primary purpose of those provisions are to meet state law requirements and to also satisfy our RENA and otherwise meet our housing needs. The programs themselves, as we've mentioned, are very specific. They're related to the housing element in terms of they actually are focused on addressing specifics and have specific actions that are being taken. Those programs are also focused on housing-related matters. They generally complement or have little effect on non-housing provisions in other elements of the comprehensive plan. However, there are some instances where the programs may conflict with some provisions in the comprehensive plan, depending on how they're implemented. But nonetheless, those are provisions that are required under state law. And in those cases, the county may need to amend the comprehensive plan as necessary in order to ensure full compliance. So ultimately, the provisions and the programs themselves would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. So the next steps in the process, as we've mentioned, the state housing element, the housing element is the only element in the comprehensive plan that requires review by the state. The state HCD reviewed 2 formal draft housing elements and 2 minor technical edits of the draft housing element on October 16th. They did find that the draft housing element was in compliance with state law. So the next step is where we are today. The Planning Commission making a recommendation on adoption of the housing element to the Board of Supervisors. The board will consider adoption of the housing element on December 5th. Then, as required under state law, we will resubmit we'll submit the adopted housing element to HCD for a final determination. And they have 90 days to make that determination. Once the adoption occurs, we'll continue on with the rezones, which again will consist of separate hearings, separate processes, and those will be undertaken in early 2024. So lastly, recommendations. These are taken essentially from the first page of the staff report. So today, staff is asking and requesting 3 actions. One is to make the required findings for approval and recommend that the board make the required findings for approval, including the CEQA findings. Recommend that the board determine that the housing element is exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15601B3. And lastly, adopt a resolution recommending that the board adopt the housing element update. And that concludes our presentation.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add something. The reason we're moving as quickly as we possibly can is that once the state accepts our adopted housing element, then all of the consequences that the county has been open to will end, right? So that is builder's remedy option for the development community. That will come to a conclusion. We will then be able to compete for and apply for grants that we have been unable to because we have a housing element that's out of compliance currently. So it's important for us to get this submitted to the state as quickly as possible, and we will work with them, and hopefully they won't take the full 90 days to come to conclusion that we are actually in compliance. So it's one other thing to note is while we can make some tweaks, if there were radical changes to this document, we would probably have to go back to the state and have them re-review it to ensure that it didn't change the direction that they authorized us to move forward with. So that's just something to be aware of as we're working through this hearing today.
All right, well, I want to thank staff. I can't imagine a more enormously complicated subject. And I wondered how you're going to boil it down to one day, and you boiled it down to less than an hour. And you really should be proud of that. That's hard to do. So thank you very much. I think we're going to have a lot of questions from commissioners. I hope to get those questions in front of everybody, get them addressed so that we have time for public comment this morning. I only have 2 speaker slips. I don't know how many you have online or on the phone. Mr. Villalobos, can you tell me?
Currently, there are 6 people online.
6, okay. Well, I think it is conceivable, and this may be wishful thinking, that we can get to public comment and even finish it in the morning session. Maybe we can kind of go into the lunch hour. Possible. So what I'd like to do is we're going to take a break, 10-minute break. But before we break, I'd like to get a sense from the planning commissioners. Do you have an idea of what subjects you want to address and how long you'll want to take? I can give you an example. I want to talk about a couple of the slide 7, some of the data, just to ask about it. I want to ask about program 5 and 22. Which is the recreation, and maybe go over some suggestions that I've heard on adding a little bit to the element on that. And Director Plowman's got the information to address that. I have an idea about what we might indicate from planning commission members of what we'd like to see in the rezone discussions, just to give you a kind of a heads up of things, make it easier, and then discuss process a little bit. So my own questions are probably 10 to 15 minutes. Any of the commissioners have any ideas of what you want, where you want to go in your questions that help me plan?
I have more than that.
Riley.
I have probably twice as many as that,
Okay, so it might be another 15 to 20 minutes or something,
maybe 25.
okay?
Because I'm hoping that we'll get some answers from staff as part of that, right?
Well, yeah, it's a good reason to ask questions. Okay, well, I think this still gives us a shot at getting into public comment this morning. Any of the other commissioners got some idea on what kind of questions you'll be asking and how long it would take, just for planning purposes? Not holding you to it. Okay. Commissioner Freeney, Commissioner Cooney, any?
None at this time.
Okay. Okay, all right. Well, I think my time estimates probably will work. Well, then let's take our 10-minute break. Are all the doors Welcome back to our November 8 hearing for the Planning Commission. We're going to resume with questions of staff on their presentation. And I'd like to ask Commissioner Martinez to start, if you wouldn't
Okay,
mind.
well, good morning. Yeah, and looking over this is my first time going over something like this, but I too was looking at page 7 of the presentation and have a few questions beginning there. And I noticed that the cost rank, I mean, this is a state mandate from what I'm understanding, but yet our cost rank is addressing rental housing in the United States. Why wouldn't it be California? I mean, if you United States, you got Mississippi, Arkansas, all those other places. Of course, we're going to be number 6. But if we're California and we're going across the board, I can't imagine we'd be number 6. And being number 6, does that impact what the requirements are pushed upon the county of Santa Barbara?
Chair Park, Commissioners, the information here in the ranking in terms of cost has no effect on the county's obligation to meet its regional housing needs. These statistics were really intended just to kind of highlight the situation that we're currently facing in terms of the need for more housing and more affordable housing. The actual numbers that we have to meet in terms of our RHNA are set through a state process, and those were actually established through a plan that was adopted and certified by state HCD a couple of years ago. So the short answer is, again, these are illustrative of some of the issues that we're looking at. They're averages. They do apply countywide. We know that there are differences between the North County and the South County, for example, but breaking down that data in the reports that we relied upon, it's difficult to do with the data. But again, the main point is that regardless of how we rank or the statistics here, under state housing element law, we're only required to satisfy our RHNA, and these have no bearing on those numbers.
Okay. And then my next question is really I'm looking for some definitions here. When we're saying housing cost burden, is that just limited to rent or mortgage, or does that like utilities, maintenance, and the like?
Mm-hmm.
How expansive is that is really my question.
Mm-hmm. When you look at the different types of households, there can be renters and, of course, owners. So when we talk about renters, it looks at really what are they paying in terms of the cost of housing. So, of course, different situations, you may have them paying rent and then they pay utilities, or maybe the utilities is wound up and combined with the rent, for example. But the point here is that they look at the total cost that a household is paying, and then they apply the definitions. And the standard definition is as if the household is paying 30% or more of their gross income for housing, then they are considered to be cost burdened. And so if you had an owner situation, you would apply the same thing. You'd look at things like their mortgage payments, insurance payments, and the like, and what are they paying toward housing, and how does that compare to their total gross income.
Okay, so this is the total housing cost burden compared to or in conjunction with a household income, not a single individual income.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So then when we drop down to rental housing, the $2,667 is for a household rental amount, if I'm following this correctly.
That's correct. So that would be just, again, the way this particular study was broken down, it gave an example of a 2-bedroom. Obviously, you would have different numbers for a 1-bedroom or a 3-bedroom. This, again, is just intended to give an idea of kind of a typical living arrangement, what costs are in terms of what the cost is, and then how does that relate to how much income that person is required to make to, again, not be cost burdened, and then looking at the average renter wages to show the disparity.
And that's where I'm getting at. I'm trying to compare apples to apples and not apples to oranges, because then we get into wage to afford which is addressing the house burden, the cost burden, and that's an hourly wage. So I imagine that's an individual, correct? Right, and then we go down to average renter wage, which is, again, an hourly per person. So really, when we have to look at the cost burden, we're really, if we're talking a household income, we should be multiplying it by at least 2 if we have a household, person to person, or people living together. That's what I'm trying to figure out in regards to comparing an apple to an apple in regards to the cost burden. So that's I think there's, to me, when I look at this, it's not jiving in a sense when I'm looking at the cost burden, because we're looking at individual amounts versus a household amount. And I'm not seeing that information, but you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think, again, the intent here was to give a general idea of what housing costs are and how they relate to an individual or household income. So in this case, it does refer to looking at, well, if you had a head of household that was the primary or perhaps the single person bringing in the income, it's intended to show really what that means in terms of how much would they need to make in order to afford that 2-bedroom unit? And then secondly, how does that relate to the average renter wage? And again, the point is that there's a gap there in terms of housing is expensive, and this is intended to give, an illustration of that.
Okay, so if the materiality of these figures, then where do I find it? In other words, these figures which we're going over, and then we get into these numbers of where where you're looking for low-income housing and all those other things. Aren't these the numbers being used, or am I wrong?
No, Commissioner Park, Chair, and Commissioners, no. These, again, are just independent numbers that we wanted to present to show that housing costs are expensive. The county is in the midst of a housing crisis. These numbers were pulled from recent studies. The RHNA itself was done independently through the State Department of Housing and Community Development. So they have their own process for calculating what the county's regional housing needs are. So they look at things like population, population projections, a number of factors, but they do that independently. And these numbers are not from HCD. They're not related to that. That was a completely separate process whereby HCD goes through standard rules that they have, and they apply them to all cities and counties throughout California. They have formulas for calculating what the regional housing needs are. And then they, again, use various factors to divide that total number into the 4 income categories that we saw. So that's completely independent and not related to any of the numbers here.
And I'm going to ask this because I'm just trying to understand the numbers. And so the numbers, it seems, is coming from the state, and the state gets the data, and the one who formulates that data into the numbers that are then given over to the county.
Yeah, that's correct. What happens at the beginning of the process is the state HCD goes through and applies their methodology to come up with a number. They then divide that number into income categories. And then in our case, they actually divided it into 2 subregions, North County, South County. So that's what we showed on this slide here. What happens is that number and that information is then given to the SBCAG, which is our regional agency here. And the role of SBCAG is to work with cities and counties to divide that total RHNA up and give a portion of it to each city and a portion of it to the county of Santa Barbara for unincorporated areas. So they break it down into incorporated and unincorporated areas. They then have to get that essentially approved by the state, and they adopt what's called a RENA plan. And that basically lays out the methodology they used, and the results of that methodology is what you see here. These numbers are the county's numbers. They're the numbers for the unincorporated portion of the county. And these are the numbers that the county has to demonstrate that it has sufficient land zoned to accommodate. So we don't actually build housing, but we have to demonstrate that we have sufficient land zoned to accommodate the total number and then to accommodate the numbers for each income category. So it's a whole process that takes place. The RENA plan is then completed, the number is passed on to the cities and counties, and then we begin our process of conducting a sites inventory to determine what our capacity is and determine whether or not we have surpluses or shortfalls.
Okay, so then if I'm looking at the categories of lower, moderate, above moderate, are those defined then? I was looking to page 16 as is that where that's defined? So I can figure out, okay, what's the lower?
Yes, that's correct. So the way the state defines these categories is it's a percentage of the area median income, and the percentages are presented here. So for example, when we talk about low income, we're talking about 51 to 80% of the area median income. When we talk about this previous slide and show a category of lower, what we're simply doing is combining the numbers for low and very low. That's kind of a shortcut that state HCD uses to simplify the discussions. But these are the numbers, the definitions that we receive from the state.
Okay, and so the AMI is the average medium income is what I'm presuming. And that's for a household or individual?
These are for a household of 4. And the numbers, of course, can vary. That is, area median income will vary depending on household size. And there are tables that the state provides that breaks it down. So you can go from one household, one person household to, I think, up to 8 or so or something like that.
So the AMI is area medium income, not average medium income?
That's correct.
So in our case, would it be north versus south?
No, we receive one number for the entire county. So that's why they use the median to balance out the highs and the lows. As opposed to, the state doesn't publish data for purposes of the housing element update that breaks it down North County, South County. Again, that breakdown was unique. It's the first time HCD has divided our RENA by North County and South County. And part of the reasoning is that in previous housing elements, the county primarily met its RENA by putting most of the housing up north. But with the housing jobs imbalance, the intent here was to not push everything north. They wanted to orient housing toward where there are more jobs. And so that's why they broke it down in this case. Also, they're not just limiting the analysis to housing in some cases. They also look at it toward climate, climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. And therefore, by requiring more housing in the South Coast, the idea is that we can reduce the amount of commuting that takes place. And that's why I showed a number on transit.
Well, those are kind of very, no other way of putting it is political things, because greenhouse, all those other things, we're looking at 2 wholly different situations. You have the North County, which has a lot more suggestion of greenhouse effect versus South County. So the North County can be affected by their industry versus the South County?
Chair, Park Commissioners, I think the idea is that we have a lot of people commuting from outside the South Coast into the South Coast in order to work. And they do that because housing costs in the South Coast are proportionally more expensive than other portions of the county, or areas outside the county. So with people commuting up from Oxnard, commuting up from Ventura, the idea is that if we could provide more housing in the South Coast, more workers would be able to live closer to where they work, which would reduce the amount of commuting that would take place. And obviously, it has other benefits as well in terms of having a community where workers can actually live and be engaged in the community in which they work.
I'd like to just add something, Commissioner Martinez, through the chair. One of the things that SBCAG, one of the documents they've prepared is called the Sustainable Communities Plan. And the state this cycle basically said your RENA allocation needs to be aligned with your Sustainable Communities Plan. And the Sustainable Communities Plan, the idea is what Mr. Bell is talking about is having people live and work in the same area so that they're not commuting back and forth, which does generate a lot of greenhouse gases, right? Or carbon emissions, essentially from cars spending 2 hours on the road just to be able to, have a job and then live someplace that's affordable. So that's the idea, is making sure that we have enough housing on the South Coast to provide housing for the workers that are here and enough housing in the North County to provide housing for the workers there and minimize that back and forth. And really, it's more focused on affordability, right? We need a lot more affordable housing in the South County to be able to do that.
So I'll just move on to the next one, because what I'm trying to figure out too is we have a moving target here with this ADUs, which seems to be part of this plan. But now you have, and it just was kind of unique to me, is last meeting, I remember Los Alamos, there was a big debate about whether or not the person who owns the property has a manager there or lives there. But now the laws seem to be changing that. Now people can sell their ADUs, which goes into your homeowner affordability, which also goes into the homeowner doesn't have to live there anymore under this new ABs. So is this addressing those things, or is that something where you were put under that category of amend comprehensive plan as necessary, because it's changing on us?
So Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, I think there's maybe a little bit of confusion. The issue in Los Alamos was a homestay,
Yeah.
which is not an ADU. An ADU is, I mean, I can see why there would be some confusion, but they specifically apply for a permit for a homestay, and there is a requirement that the landowner or a long-term tenant be on the property. That's more like a short-term rental. It's functioning as a short-term rental. The ADUs are supposed to be a permanent living space and not used as short-term rentals unless you were to get a homestay permit, which is a separate permit they would have to obtain.
Yeah, and that's what I was understanding in relation to that. But my point really was just about the ever-changing laws that are coming out to address homeowners, affordability of homeowners, of how that's changing, and if that's being addressed within this thing, or it's something that you have to deal with as it changes, is what I'm asking.
Chair Park Commissioner, there's 2 points I think that might be helpful to clarify. I'll clarify one, and then I'll let Mrs. Marrero clarify the other. One is that when it comes to state law, we've seen a lot of changes with ADU laws. I mean, the bills just keep coming. And so the intent of the program was to help us and require us to keep up with those changes, because those changes are intended to clarify laws that have been passed and also to create further incentives for ADUs. So that's one purpose. But I think it's also important to understand just kind of the concept of ADUs and how it fits in. And let Ms. Marrero handle that.
Sure. Hi, Commissioner Martinez, through the chair. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that when we have our tables and we made our calculations for the county's current capacity for both the North County and the South Coast, we factored in projected ADU numbers, and they contributed to each of the 3 income categories in both the North and the South Coast. So the first table here, you can see vacant sites, ADUs, and pending projects collectively contributed over 300 units to the lower and the moderate, over 2,000 to the above moderate. And then in the North County, the current capacity, which includes ADUs projected over the next 8 years, contributes to all 3 income categories as well. And the state requested that we cap our projection of total ADU development over the next 8 years to a maximum of 800 units, so 100 units per year. And using online rental data and our development trends for the last planning cycle, we calculated how many of those ADUs we predicted would fall into each income category, regardless of whether they're rentals or owned, and who's occupying them. So quite a large number of those 800 are projected to fall in the lower income category for the North County, 235. So that contributes significantly to the North County's low income current capacity.
And I think just to add on, yes, we have to stay current with state law, and so we will be making changes as we move forward. Certainly, it's kind of a moving target, like you said.
Yeah, and taking on that issue of where the lower income, so it looks like the focus of the lower income, even when I look at page 11, the lower income housing is really going to be in the North County, the focus is. Am I wrong? I'm looking at all these numbers of density from 20 to 25, 25 to 30, above 30, and it's 65 lower percent, 70, 75%. So the vast majority of lower income is going to be in North County.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Martinez, I want to take a minute to explain this. When we identify sites and figure out how we're going to meet our RENA allocation, we have to make assumptions about the level of affordability that's going to come from new development. We originally made an assumption that covered the North County and the South County, that 50% of the new units would be lower income across the entire county. 25% would be moderate, and 25% would be market. Now, we know that not every housing development is going to produce income units in all those categories exactly. Some will be 100% affordable, and some will have 20% affordable, in the lower income. So we had that assumption. The 4th District had some questions about why we had the same assumption about affordability in the North County as the South County, because they're different housing market areas. So we went to the board on the 17th, and this is what I referenced in my director's report, and it was talked about some, and Supervisor Nelson made a case to say we should be assuming that new development will provide greater number of low-income units in the North County because the market is different. And so those different percentages you see, 65, 70, and 75, were at the direction or request of the 4th District, and then that was supported by the board. So it's just an assumption. We don't know if that's exactly how it will play out. And what I had advised the board was that there's a little bit of risk with this assumption, because if for some reason in the North County we can no longer, we look at some point in our housing element cycle and all of a sudden we don't have enough land left during that cycle to meet our RENA allocation in the lower income category, we might have to rezone land in a mid-cycle. So that's that no net loss law that basically says that at any point in your 8-year cycle, you have to have enough land at the right amount of zoning to meet that income category. And each project that comes through and gets approved, we have to document it, what each unit was in terms of its level of affordability, and then we have to report to the state on that. So we got to be tracking it. So they're going to be monitoring every jurisdiction to make sure they actually are meeting the lower income categories and moderate on the South Coast.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I guess maybe I just differ from the supervisor, and I'm just voicing my concern as being from the North County. When I see these numbers, it gets me concerned of saying, well, wait a minute, are we taking on the vast majority versus South County? And that's why I wanted to address the question, yes.
Yeah, so it's just an assumption. It's not that you're taking on those units. In fact, the units for lower income by North County and South County, you can see the South Coast has to produce 1,766, and the North County only has to produce 807. So this is what helps us determine how much land we have to rezone. So hopefully, this is complicated stuff, right? But essentially, the South County has to accommodate their own low-income numbers, and the North County has to accommodate its low-income numbers. But I think the division of the RENA allocation was intended to address the issue of the North County basically taking on the RENA allocation and providing the affordable housing for the South County. And so this year that has been corrected, and now the South County has got to provide their own.
But like you say, I mean, with these assumptions and so forth, I'm sure you can see these numbers jump out at somebody.
Sure.
And say, wow.
Sure.
Those are big numbers.
They are big numbers. And I should say Supervisor Nelson's belief is that those will be, you'll achieve those numbers through the market, that they're not going to be restricted. He believes that the more supply of units that comes online in the north, the rents are going to go down. And so the market will naturally cover the moderate and lower income categories without affordability controls.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I could just add one more point of clarification. Those percentages, just to give an example, if you had a 100-unit residential development project, the assumption for the South Coast is that 50% of those 100 units or 50 units would be lower income, 25 of those units would be moderate, 25 above moderate. As opposed to the North County, by adjusting the percentages for a 100-unit residential project, the assumption would be that, depending on the density, 65 to 75 of those 100 units would be lower income, and the rest broken down between moderate and above moderate. So it's not that the North County is taking 75% of the county's affordable units or lower income units. It's just project by project, what percentage of the units are going to come online at the different affordability levels.
Yeah, and I'm understanding more and more as I ask the questions and I'm receiving these answers. And like these are for rezoning, but this doesn't even consider those that are zoned. Where's that number?
I'm going to jump in. Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. The slides that you see right here are the overall RENA requirements, and they do include the various categories of sites that don't have anything to do with rezones, including existing zoning, ADUs, pending projects. But maybe more helpful are these tables that show where we are with surplus and shortfall of units prior to considering rezone sites. So you have the RENA requirement for the South Coast and the RENA plus buffer in the second row. And then when you pit that against the current capacity values in the following row, you take the difference between the two and you see where you have either a surplus or a shortfall of units. And those numbers are the numbers, those numbers in red are the numbers that have to be met through other means like rezones or county-owned sites. And so these are the shortfall numbers for the South Coast. So the South Coast has to meet a shortfall of 1,667 low-income units. And in order to do that, each of the potential rezone sites will contribute an estimated 50% of those units on those sites towards the low income. By contrast, the North County only has a gap of 478 low income units to meet via rezones. And of those units, a higher proportion of them will come online for low income with each rezone site selected. So I think the overall effect is we expect a fewer number of rezone sites will be required to close the gap in the lower income shortfall for the North County than for the South Coast.
And I hear you say rezone, but where on this slide does it include the already zoned to address the housing needs? That's what I'm losing here.
Yeah, so the third row shows all the capacity that exists
Okay.
besides rezones. So that third row has the unit total that covers existing vacant sites that will not be rezoned, the projected ADUs, and pending projects, of which we have 30 across the county. And so the same is true for that third row on the South Coast. And
No, I see what you're talking about. Okay, that helps me understand. Well, those were my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, just to interject one last thing is with the ADUs, it's really helpful that the state determined that jurisdictions can count them toward their RHNA. There was some question about that. But ultimately, state HCD said these are individual units. They accommodate kitchen facilities, bathrooms, living areas, and therefore jurisdictions should be able to count them toward their RHNA, which is really important because we are counting on 800 units at a minimum over this 8-year housing cycle.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll continue with our questions. Turn to Commissioner Bridley. But before you start, I still want to address some public comment before the noon hour. What I want those in the room or otherwise connected to us, think about if you want to be in my 1-minute line. Okay, the 1-minute line are the people that'll speak for a minute or less. And that's what you do if you say, great job, or go to hell, or whatever you want to say. But, you say it quickly and get off the stage, and you got to get on the stage first. So I want to do the 1-minute people before lunch, which means if depending on how much time you take, I may wind up interrupting it just to get the 1-minute people in. But why don't you go ahead, Commissioner Bridley?
That exchange between Commissioner Martinez and staff was so helpful and so valuable. I'm totally happy to wait until after public comment because these questions are getting really in the weeds about a lot of stuff. And I believe that a lot of people from the public are happy to give us comments. If you want to go to that before lunch, I would be totally comfortable doing this after lunch because I'm afraid my half-hour budget might go a little bit longer, understanding how much we unpeel. So I'll just leave that to you as an option. It doesn't affect me, and I bet the public would appreciate it going to it sooner. So it's your call.
Well, sometimes I think that the public benefits from hearing our questions and the answers to make their comment, but sometimes I don't. And this is one where it's complicated, and a lot of what I've heard already by questions, a lot of my questions, I bet a lot of yours are kind of in that gray area between question and deliberation and so forth. So I think I would like to get the public comment going. Okay, let's start. Who's willing to limit their public comment to a minute? You get to go first. Okay, sir, and your name? Okay. And did you submit a speaker slip? Okay, will you do one as soon as you finish so we have it on the record?
Jay Feinberg, 2154 East Valley. I just have a single question, and that is, what's the penalty to the county if it does not meet its housing goals?
Would you
Can you address that real
Yeah,
quickly?
certainly. So the penalty to the county is we are vulnerable to what they call builder's remedy projects, which means a landowner that is generally in an urban area or surrounded on 3 sides by urban uses can ignore the current zoning and propose a residential project. So it sort of, and we've seen in our county a number of builders remedy projects come through Some of them, or what people are calling them friendly builder's remedy projects, but we have seen, like in other jurisdictions in Santa Monica, I don't even remember how many stories it was. It was like an 8-story project in an area that really wasn't suitable for. So they can ignore a lot of our zoning ordinance requirements, particularly the density that's set and some of the other standards they can maybe get some waivers on. But so that's a really important issue that we're aware of, and we want to bring a close to that. The other thing is that we can. We are inhibited in the ability to apply for certain grants. So that cuts off money to lots of our different departments. And then where we can apply for grants, we don't get points for having a housing element that's out of compliance. And so basically you're cutting your community off from grant money. And then we could, over the long term, have our permit jurisdiction removed, and the HCD would be the one issuing permits for us, not local control. So you could lose total local control. So it's not a good thing for the county to be out of compliance.
You know, in an additional answer to that question, there are some communities in Orange County that have decided to completely ignore state mandates, and state is litigating with them, and there's sort of a increasing round of violence that's about to occur, and I use that word as a metaphor, but it's some pretty strong stuff, and we don't have the time to talk about it all, but you can read about it in the newspapers. Okay, who else wants to go for a minute? All right. Yeah.
Okay, good morning, Chair Park and Commissioners. My name is Mary Ellen Brooks. I'm with the Citizens Planning Association. I'll try to keep this to a minute. You have in the public comment for today's session all the letters that CPA has written to staff during this process. And we have been in this process and attended every workshop, and either by Zoom or in person. So please, as you are deliberating and looking, and please read the history that we have had. Now, our letter is put into a section in the report that's called, comments about process. But we had many, many comments in those letters to make some suggestions, especially about the Eastern Goleta Valley area, which we found out with the RENA numbers. This is my interpretation of what we saw. SB CAG determined the RENA number distribution, definitely on the sustainability that they have. But do read our letters, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Okay, anybody else for a minute? How about online or on the phone? Any minute people? Can we determine?
So if you're attending via Zoom, just raise your hand if you are interested in taking just a minute. I'll call on you. I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Then let's go ahead with those that want to take the full 3 minutes. I want to caution you again, this is about policies and process. This hearing is not about particular projects. That's going to be the rezone process. So if you want to get up and oppose a particular project, don't do it today. Save your fire for when you're on the right gun range for it. That'll be in a few months. Okay, then let's ask Pam Flint Tambo, are you here? There you go. And to be followed by Edward Mayer. I think it's Mayer.
Okay. My name is Pam Flint Tambo, and I'm here representing the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. And I'll make this short. I've got 3 minutes, but we'll make it less than that.
Thank you. I love you.
instead of telling you all the things that we have done, because we're going to assume that you're going to go back and look at the things that we've already recommended to you and have incorporated into your planning. A couple of things that we'd like to see happen. We urge that the funding study be conducted immediately and not delayed until January 2026, as is currently proposed in Program 5. Okay? That's one thing. And the other thing is that we've previously requested that staff clarify the definition of workforce housing, and that has not been addressed in the housing element before you today. In several programs, the term workforce housing is used to identify housing for those making 120 to 200% of AMI. And while we recognize the need to support housing for the upper levels of our local workforce, labeling this as workforce housing implies that the lower income households are not part of the critical local workforce. So we request that you find another way to reference this housing category. So with this important but simple change and a change to the timing of the funding study, the League supports the adoption of the county's housing authority, or housing element. Okay? Carry on and best wishes.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Mayor?
Good morning, Chair Park and Commissioners. My name is Ted Meem, and I am the co-owner of the Glen Annie Golf Course. I want to begin by thanking the county planning and development staff for their tireless efforts to advance the housing element. It's a big lift, and today's hearing is it's a major milestone in the process. While we understand that the individual sites will be considered during the rezone process, we want to provide some relevant background on Glen Annie and our vision to reimagine the site with a new housing, public recreation, and open space. Since the county approached us about a year ago to develop housing at Glen Annie, we have listened to the feedback of many community voices. We recognize that the changing use of the site is a meaningful decision. However, we have carefully analyzed course operations over the years. And the reality is that the current use is not viable over the long term. Over the past several months, we have engaged various experts in site planning, design, and traffic management to help us envision what is viable on the property. At the heart of our vision is to reserve a significant portion of the property for public open space, passive and active recreation, and community amenities. This will include neighborhood parks, sports courts, trails, on-site childcare, and a community center and other features for public use. This is in support of Program 22 of the housing element. We are currently developing a conceptual plan to reflect these commitments and seek vital feedback from the community. Glen Annie can be much more than just another residential subdivision. It can be a true community resource for its residents and neighbors. Moving forward, we will continue to engage with community stakeholders as we seek to improve upon our forthcoming conceptual plan. Soon, we plan to launch a website that will provide a much more detailed vision for the property, and we will provide an opportunity for the public to engage directly with us at Glen Annie. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Meem. I'm sorry for mispronouncing your last name.
It's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go ahead with Craig Gensler. Craig, are you here? And then after Mr. Gensler, we'll have Alex Van Wingerden. Alex, there you are.
Yeah, I might be at the wrong meeting, but it's my first time coming and speaking or anything. I'm wondering when you go, how much effort was actually gone in to choose the which properties to rezone. I'm a little surprised that to choose, and again, I follow him, it's unfortunate, but why would you want to destroy something to build something when you have so much other properties that you could just build. I mean, north of Winchester or even around Glen Any, there's all kinds of land. And so that's my comment.
Well, when you're done, I'll ask that question. It's okay. So could we have a brief answer to Mr. Genser's question? It kind of, he was patient with us to not get into rezone very much, and so let's reward him by answering his question and show that that's coming up.
Chair Park, Commissioners, one of the things we deal with in that portion of the county, the Eastern Galita Valley, is that the boundaries between the city and the county are not always clear. And so when we talk about Winchester, for example, or certain other properties, they're not within our jurisdiction. Our role and our requirement is to meet our RENA in the unincorporated county. The second point is that, as Mrs. Marrero explained, we did develop criteria for selecting sites, and she ran through those criteria. When it came to some of the vacant sites, for example, and some of our work for identifying rezones, we looked at over 1,000 properties and talked to dozens of property owners. So we put a significant amount of effort into this. But one point that's important to understand for everybody is that we identified more sites than necessary for the rezones. And the purpose of that is to give an opportunity for additional public input on their preferences and to let the board have flexibility when they're making decisions. So we have not, as staff, made any recommendations as to which sites should ultimately be selected. We encourage people to continue to be engaged in the process, and that's the reason why we recently released a virtual simulation online where you can go in and look at these sites and choose sites and see whether or not by including or excluding certain sites, we can meet our RENA. And that's something we'll be using when we come back to meet with decision makers like yourself and the board when you're making recommendations and the board's actually selecting the rezone sites and the county-owned sites that they will ultimately use to meet their RENA.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. I think that's a good answer to Mr. Genser's question. And Alex Van Wingerden, there you are. And I believe Mr. Van Wingerden is our last public commenter here in the room. We'll go after that to those that are on the phone. But if anybody else is in the room and needs to speak, get the speaker slip up here right away. Okay, Mr. Van Wingerden, how are you today?
Pretty good. Good morning,
see you
Chairman
again.
Park and Commissioners. Thank you for your time today. Mine's actually pretty short. We'll be well under the 3 minutes. I wanted to just thank the Commissioners for bringing this, or this meeting coming together to kind of get this process going. I'm here representing Van Wingerden 1, Van Wingerden 2, and Carpinteria, which is 2 development properties that my family owns. And we've been working on them for quite a while through different processes with people self-help on one of them for almost 15 years now. And we appreciate the opportunity that's being considered and that we can make this work, and want to express our interest in trying to work with the community to bring these projects together. As first of all, for our own employees, we're struggling to get them to Carpinteria. They're commuting from Ventura, Oxnard. So one of our main motives is to make sure that our farm workers are taken care of in these projects, as well as we've reached out to the community with the teachers, different first responders and stuff. And our interest is really to try to create projects that benefit the community and also our own local agricultural farming operations. I want to thank staff for the amount of time that they have taken to do this project, the interaction with them, and suggestions and trying to bring these projects together has been a very good working process. Lisa and her staff have been working hard and feel like the process is working. On a separate note, I just want to thank Larry for his 11 years of service. Hopefully we'll see him in different times after this, but appreciate it. And if there's any questions on our projects, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Van Wingerden. And I'm particularly pleased you kind of stimulated my memory to ask staff, and this will happen after the noon hour, about how we plug in ag employee dwelling units into the RENA numbers. Are they plugged in at all? Don't answer it now, but it's, we're plugging in ADUs. But also, Mr. Van Wingerden's point about on-site employee housing, which could be in all sorts of kinds of projects. We had Keyside 17 in Orchid that has that, for example. And I think Mr. Van Wingerden's involved in some projects that are agricultural where there could be on-site housing. And it's an important piece to talk about if it fits in or not.
Well, it's the biggest challenge we face. I mean, they're working long hours and then have to face the traffic. And obviously, when you're looking at trying to be more environmentally friendly, if we can get more of our employees in town, it's a big benefit for everybody.
Yeah, it becomes one of those pieces of the definition of workforce housing. What exactly does that mean? Okay, so thank you, Mr. Van Wingerden. We're done with folks here on public comment. Let's go to the cyber world.
Mr. Chair, we do have 5 people on Zoom. Go ahead and raise your hand if you would like to speak. I'm not seeing any hands. I'm not sure if people have walked away or they just don't want to speak. Would you like me to just go through everybody?
You mean they're on here just for entertainment purposes?
You have a captive audience.
Oh my gosh.
So then we have 6. So again, I'll repeat the question. If you would like to speak, go ahead and raise your hand. If you're joining us by Zoom, virtually raise your hand and I'll call on you.
Why don't you just go through the names? I mean,
Okay.
just because sometimes figuring out how to raise one's hand on Zoom is,
We do actually have one raised hand now.
oh, good.
Our first speaker will be Kendra O'Connor.
Hi there. Sorry, I wasn't here. I'm not just here for entertainment, although it is entertaining.
Good. Thank you.
I just have a comment about the process. In attachment A, findings for approval, the county staff writes, the county developed this housing element update through well-established zoning and planning practices. But I don't know of many planning practices that omit the planning commission out of the process. They also go on to say that the planning commission has jurisdiction over initiation, consideration, and recommendations regarding general plan amendments. But where were you guys during the drafting of this housing element update? You're here now with a lot of questions, but you should have been involved from the get-go. And your commission hearings provide government transparency and often robust public input regarding land use. Commission hearings are vital as part of a public process that residents of Santa Barbara County have come to rely on. We learn about future projects and we can make our voices heard. This housing element update proposes the most significant housing-related land use policies and changes that this county has seen in 50 years. I think it's pretty important to have the Planning Commission hearings for the public to come and discuss things before the draft was sent to housing, and urban development. Don't mind my bird in the background; he wants to talk too. But anyway, it's disappointing. The process has been disappointing that your commission hasn't been involved sooner with more public hearings, as other jurisdictions did. I've been reading a lot of these housing element updates, and I cannot find another jurisdiction that didn't involve their planning commission with public hearings prior to sending the draft to HCD. So that's all I had to say.
Okay, well, thank you. And do we have anyone else?
Mr. Chair, just before we move on, I just want to make a little announcement because I'm getting a couple messages. So this goes for our public speakers as well as for our commissioners. So when people are speaking into the mic and you talk and you look, it's not picking it up. So you need to be careful about speaking directly into the mic because we start to fade once people move their heads and start speaking to the side and looking. So just a point of clarification, especially for those who are watching from home, we want to make sure they can hear the proceedings.
I thought you were going to talk about quieting your pets down.
That too, maybe.
That too. Okay, can you run through those names, who's online, just make sure there's no one else that wants to speak?
Sure. Next would be Adrian Schuley. Adrian, did you wish to speak on this item?
I'm just listening. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next would be Autumn Gasparella. Did you wish to speak on this item?
I am also just listening. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next would be Laura Reynolds. Ms. Reynolds, did you wish to speak on this item?
No, thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Next would be Matthew Taylor. Did you wish to speak on this item?
I'll just put one comment in. I'd just like to thank staff and everybody involved in going through this process. There's a substantial mandate from the state to do all these things, and I think the county has handled this quite well. They've been ahead of the game, it turns out, by being proactive and not being able to meet the original deadlines, and they've been doing a lot for the rezone process. And I just want to thank the commission as well for hearing this and their questions that are well pointed and should be addressed. So thank you all for the efforts to get this done.
Thank you. And our last speaker online is Nancy Elliott. Ms. Elliott, did you wish to speak on this item?
Sorry, I didn't hit the unmute. I'm fine with just listening as well. I think it's a pretty complicated issue, and I feel I need to get more understanding of it myself. I do know that one question I had has already been asked, and so that's just a lot to check into. Thank you for doing the process and putting this together for us to participate.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Chair, that is the last of our speakers.
It is, okay. And since this is not the typical applicant situation where we have, oh, that's right. Okay. So this not being the typical hearing type situation where we have applicants and appellants and rebuttals and whatnot, we have none of that left. And we've heard the presentation, we've heard from the public. So I'm going to close the public hearing, and we will address further questions and deliberations when we return after the noon hour. Is there something you want to address before we go into
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to,
recess?
yeah, thank you. I just wanted to provide some information about one of the public comments, and that had to do with the document coming before the Planning Commission before today, a request that maybe we would have had additional hearings. Many jurisdictions opted to adopt their housing elements before the state gave them the go-ahead, saying that they were substantially in compliance. So there were more hearings on it. But the state subsequently issued a statement and a requirement in the process that says, do not go forward and adopt your document until we give you the go-ahead that it's in substantial compliance with state law. So we followed the state law by not bringing it forward through adoption hearings before submitting it. So that did change the process from what some of the other jurisdictions have done, and that may be a little bit confusing for some members of the public.
Sure. Get that. Okay, then let's recess for the noon hour and be back at 1 o'clock. We'll resume with questions and comments of Commissioner Bridley and any others. I'll go last, and then we'll ooze into deliberations and wrap it up. Welcome back to our afternoon session for our November 8 hearing. And we're going to go to the questions and comments of Commissioner Bridley.
Thank you. I have a variety of things, so I'm just going to go through the presentation to start, and then I'll go to some notes I had from the staff report. So skipping ahead to slide 7, I had some basic questions about the numbers. Okay, so on page C4 of the packet, there was a 1990 county population of 160,864. And in 2023, we're at 139,956. So part of my struggle here is how is it that we're being forced to accommodate all this housing when in fact the population has dropped in 33 years? So again, the citation was on page C4 of, whatever C4 was. Are you familiar with this? This was, I have to look at the
You're saying that,
other links.
that it shows the population is 139,000?
There was a statement in the staff report on page C4, is all I wrote in my notes. It said, the 1990 county population in the unincorporated area was 160,869 in 1990. And in 2023, it's being published at 139,956. And it's gone up and down, but fundamentally, it's not like a consistent rise over the last 33 years. So that's my question.
So,
Might be able to find.
Incorporation of Goleta is one thing, but go ahead with anything else.
Commissioner Park, commissioners, so when HCD prepares their projections, they do use them on state projections for the entire county. So that's how they come up with a total number. And then when SBCAG goes through the process, they do look at a further breakdown. So those numbers come from the state, and we could, I don't have it in front of me, but as we mentioned, SBCAG publishes a, what they call a RENA plan, which then lays out the methodology and everything that they've used. So that information would be in there, but I wasn't aware that there would be a decrease in population. And as we proposed here, the statistics we have show that there is going to be an increase, depending on, relatively speaking, whether you think it's significant or not. I mean, it does show that there will be an increase over the next 30 years.
Right, and that's a projection that you have in the other tables that go out to 2050, right? And those are all HCD and then SBCAG projections, right?
That's correct.
Okay, that's all. That's one question.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, sorry if I could just make clear, and I do think Commissioner Park's comment about the incorporation of the city of Goleta is accurate. That happened 2004, 2005.
22 years ago. They're 22 years old now. So.
And so that would have taken a chunk of population out of the unincorporated and put it in
30,000 people.
to the incorporated, but we do go off of the regional growth forecast from the SBCAG.
Okay, that answers that. On slide 8, you the RENA allocations with the numbers, South Coast, North County. This 5664, total RENA, when I add up, there's been a lot of focus today on the presentations and these summary slides, and that's great. When I was going through the staff report, I dug into the attachments of G, the county-owned sites, as well as E and F, the South Coast and North Coast. I know I don't want to talk about rezonings, but when we sum up those, the total of all of those comes up significantly higher than the 5664. This is a really major question for me and some of the people that I've talked to. I'm like, if we're in the 8,000 numbers with these rezone sites, but we're only calling out 5664 for the RENA fulfillment, what's the difference there? I mean, why is it so much more? It's almost 50% more than the required 5664.
Chair Park, Commissioner Bridley. Just kind of revisiting the slide we have here. So the approach we used was to look at our RENA, to look at our RENA plus the 15% buffer to show what the target we would accommodate is. So in this case, we had a RENA, just using the South Coast, we had a RENA for lower income of, 1,766. We added a 15% buffer on that. That takes it up to 2,030. And then what we did is we looked at what is our capacity to accommodate that under current zoning. And so again, just taking it, focusing on the lower income category, when we looked at vacant sites, that is under current zoning, vacant sites, what could they accommodate? We counted our RENAs, which we talked about, our ADUs. And then we looked at projects that are in the works and what they would contribute. So we looked at what that number would be, and then we came up with our shortfall. So when we looked for rezones and looked for county-owned sites, which are the tables I think you're talking about, we intentionally identified more properties than necessary to meet our RENA plus the 15% buffer in order to give the board more discretion and flexibility in selecting the actual sites. So for example, we know that there's a lot of opposition to rezoning urban agricultural lands in eastern Galita Valley.
That is true.
So we didn't want to force or make a decision for the board or influence necessarily the Planning Commission's recommendations. So we identified those sites, but then we went beyond that because we still needed additional sites, and then we threw in things like the Glen Annie Golf Course. So again, there's an opportunity to pick and choose sites. We're not going to force decision makers into only giving them enough sites to just match our RENA plus the 15% buffer.
Okay. That's a very interesting chicken and egg question, isn't it? Because when I did the totals of all these tables, I came up with like 8466 total units. The county-owned sites, the north and the south, almost 8,500, and yet our RENA is 5664. So that's a much bigger buffer.
Commissioner Briley, through the chair, we worked with each district actually in trying to find sites that we could identify and include, and they made it very clear that they wanted enough sites included in the environmental review so that they could pick and choose which sites they wanted to select. The other benefit of this approach is that if we do run into the issue with the no net loss law, meaning all of a sudden mid-cycle we don't have enough land at the right zoning to meet our low-income categories, we would have properties that have already been analyzed through environmental review that could be identified to and included in our sites inventory so that we don't have to, and we only get 180 days to make a change by the state if we somehow dip below. So this just gives the board and the county more, we're more nimble this way, and then they have a choice. They have, a buffet of sites, if you will, when we go to them for the rezones. So that's why when you go into the website and you look at the Balancing Act program, you get to pick different sites and they produce different levels of affordable units and market rate units, and it helps you understand the range of sites that actually have to be identified to meet our numbers and which ones you can leave off.
Commissioner Park and Commissioner Bridley, Mrs. Marrero can give you a little bit more detail on the number that you just cited and how it breaks down with what Lisa was saying in terms of the income categories.
Hey, you know what? I'm not worried about that. How you guys split the income categories. I'm just worried about total number because the second district has the biggest chunk. And we can sit here and talk about, it's because we had slow growth housing for a long time, but the second district is the smallest geographic area with the most number of units. And so it hurts. And that's why I'm asking these questions about the math assumptions. And I appreciate that it allows flexibility for future dropping of sites. again, it's a chicken and egg, isn't it? Because once you designate it non-ag or potential housing site, ag is lost on those parcels. I mean, no one's going to stay in that land use because it's not the highest and best use. I mean, we've had that quick conversation. So, okay, that answers the question. We're in question. So, all right, let me keep going. On your slide 11, there was a discussion, or somebody made a point in the presentation about assuming commercial sites would also develop. And this is the site inventory, vacant sites, by county and the income level percentages. I heard somebody talk about the presumption that commercial sites would develop. Did I mishear that?
Chair, thank you. Commissioner, through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, that's correct that we are assuming that some commercial sites in the vacant sites inventory will develop. Those are, yeah, for the vacant sites. There are also a few rezone sites where we are proposing a commercial zoning designation of C2, for example, as the ultimate zoning designation for those. But we have employed really conservative build-out assumptions on the commercial sites, where we assume only 25% of the gross lot acreage would develop residentially. Under the zoning ordinance right now, you can match the commercial footprint of that zone with the same build out of residential, and we assumed that only 25% of whatever builds out commercially will develop residentially. So in the vacant sites, we have a few sites that are commercially zoned, and then in the rezones, we have even fewer, a handful, less than 5 that are commercially zoned, that will be commercially zoned.
Huh. All right. I'd be interested in knowing where those are, but that's later. Okay. I was confused because we had a lot of talk about why can't we do mixed use on our shopping centers? It's so logical, but I know we can't. So, and that's another thank you to the state. Okay, then on
Commissioner Bradley, just one thing I want to note, because this I think is confusing for people, is that we could accept certainly a mixed-use project on a site that is commercially zoned today and has a shopping center on it. And if they were to build housing, we can count those units against the RHNA. Where we had the issue was identifying them as existing land that could meet our housing need, because the state looks at existing developed properties as constrained. And if you don't, and they're often constrained by long-term leases that they have. So that was the issue with the those particular shopping center sites that we discussed. Okay. And so hopefully in the next round, there are sites that could be identified in the next cycle.
just no one has to go to the grocery store for a while. The lease will fail. Okay, so then that's actually a deliberation. Hold on a second. On slide 26, the inclusionary housing program. Right now, there is no inclusionary housing or program for rental units. Is that really how it works? It's only for sale. I didn't even realize that. Interesting. So this is actually going to try to bring rental units into it. Okay, that's great.
Commissioner Park, just to clarify, when the county adopted the latest version of the inclusionary housing ordinance, state law prevented us from counting rental units. That's subsequently been changed by legislation. So we can count rentals, but we haven't amended the inclusionary housing ordinance to make that change. So right now, rental projects are exempt from the inclusionary housing ordinance.
Interesting. But how does that work in your RHNA fulfillment? I mean, you're assuming that rental projects are also going to have some percentage of affordable. So, okay. Okay. Page 28, the local preference, program 21. I've heard different things from the developers and other folks that doing the local preference is riddled with problems with the Fair Housing Act. So how is it that this program can even move forward with other legislation?
I'm going to take that question because I worked on this specifically. So Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, we have been doing research about other jurisdictions and some in other states that have successfully figured out a way to navigate this. Now, California is different than other states in a lot of ways, but we looked at one jurisdiction, and it's I think it was Aspen, where when there is public money, like the city of Aspen's money in the project, then they could design a local preference program. And it also has to do with like how big's your demographic? Are you hitting all of the different categories of people that you need to be hitting with respect to minorities and low income, et cetera? So if your demographic's big that you're from the pool that you're drawing from, that helps. But in this case, Aspen adopted a program that seems to be successful, and it is tied to projects that have some public money in it or city-related projects. So we're looking into that and looking to see where we can expand it. It is very tricky. It is very tricky because the state and even the federal government, they don't want there to be a way to discriminate against people who are seeking housing. And so we have to make sure that we aren't creating a discriminatory process.
Interesting. And in that situation, so the county, I'm used to cities, like a redevelopment agency or a housing authority associated with the city. We have a housing authority with the county. And so would that be, the enabling agent, do you think? Or would it have to be something, I guess that's the point of the program, is
We're going to study it. Yeah, the point is to study it and see what we can come up with. I've been spending time with the local development community trying to figure out a program where they offer their units to local employees first. Not right of first refusal, but a first offer.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, kind of before it hits the open market. Yeah, I heard that from maybe John Polanski or someone with Red Tail also mentioned that as an option. So
right. So we'll be looking at a variety of different ways to try and make sure that the units we built are occupied by the workers in our communities.
That's the game plan, right? We're trying. Okay, sorry, last thing on the PowerPoint was on page 29. So the waiving of the fees for the recreational benefits, Mr. Allen said that this was also to help the community, to help the projects be more affordable for families. And I'm not sure that text really came through in that program. Was that really, I understand that the Rec Master Plan has these great incentives for people to do recreational benefits and therefore, have a better permit path, or, it's going to be developed. But I didn't know that one of the keys of that was to actually make those projects affordable. Did I miss that?
Chair Park, Commissioner Bradley, let me clarify if maybe I wasn't clear the first time. So right now we do collect development impact fees for parks, and those fees can be quite expensive. The Recreation Master Plan is examining and looking at those percentages and looking at adjusting them. So when a developer has to pay those fees, obviously it affects the cost of the project. So what I was inferring to is in a situation where a developer provides recreation, their fees would be reduced and therefore their costs would be reduced, which then gives them a greater flexibility in terms of making units available at a lower cost and perhaps to put them more in an affordable housing category. So it's not a direct purpose of this. The purpose of this is really to focus on recreation and providing recreation in association with housing projects, but that would be a benefit in terms of affordable housing.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, just one thing to add, though, to what Mr. Bell indicated is if you look at the second bullet, one thing that we will look at is the ability to also reduce the impact fee based on if someone wants to provide more affordable units than what would otherwise be the the minimum required. So looking at direct cost reductions as a way to further incentivize a greater production of affordable units. So it's going to be looking at both concepts.
I want to add to that as well, because I know that workshop presentation by heart on the Recreation Master Plan for various reasons. And one slide was entitled Intersection of the Housing Element and Recreation. And one of the incentives was to modify development standards in certain cases. That includes parking, height, all sorts of things that would give the developers some more flexibility to build more cheaply in some cases. So that was the whole idea that by providing these incentives, we'd get the recreation, but you'd actually have lower unit costs. And I got that feedback from developers. You know, it's not something I made up.
I think it's a great idea. I think there's going to have to be a lot of stuff built into it to make sure that that's what happens and other things don't happen. But that's a separate topic, and that's actually deliberation. So the only other questions I had was how, hang on. Program 2, the use by right approval. Can you explain that a little bit more to me? Because that's a little scary the way it sounded when I read it. Use by right.
Commissioner Park, commissioners, there are certain circumstances that are prescribed under state housing element law where projects would be allowed as a use by right. And the way that's defined is under state law, state housing element law, is that if a project qualifies for that, the project would be only subject to objective ministerial review and no CEQA. So there are a couple of categories where that happens. One category is discussed in Program 2 that relates to housing units or sites that we designated and counted upon but were not developed. Another category is rezones, where a developer comes in on a rezoned site and builds at least 20 units per acre. They will qualify as a use by right. So we have programs that address those 2 points and require us to amend our zoning ordinances to reflect state law. And so it is a significant change when we talk about use by right.
How is this really different than the builder's remedy concept? I mean,
I think the other component that Mr. Bell didn't mention was that they have to have 20% affordable as their project too. Has to be 20 units per acre. So the difference is these sites are actually identified by the county and rezoned to a suitable zoning and land use designation for housing. Builder's remedy, you can pick a site anywhere basically in the urban area with any zoning and build. That's what builder's remedy does.
okay.
And there are no limits whatsoever. If you want to build the Empire State Building, then you can build it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm not sure I would go that far. One thing to point out with builder's remedy is it does not affect your permit process. So a builder's remedy project, they get waivers from needing to meet density and other certain zoning regulations, but they still have to go through the normal permit process. They're still subject to CEQA.
CEQA.
So it's not a free-for-all per se.
And we can still apply objectives.
And we can still apply certain standards.
Yeah.
And in the coastal zone, it even gets a little further complicated by the presence of the Coastal Act, which is not superseded by builder's remedy. So,
But if we look at our objective standards ordinance, and Director Plowman, remember, I'm the one who pushed for it.
Yeah.
In that it's mainly architectural and things like that.
That's correct.
It's really not, it doesn't have height limits and all the things that we're used to in zoning. So, I mean, we could have a whole nother day and talk about the difference between what's use by right under this program and what the builder's remedy is. And it's very substantial.
And builder's remedy is just really untested right now too. It is legally untested, so we don't know exactly how that's going to play out when in certain jurisdictions. But that's kind of going through the process in Santa Monica now, so we are watching to see what happens there.
Well, one thing I think we can see, if somebody wanted to build a builder's remedy project in the city of Santa Barbara, and it's 10 units in an urban lot, and it has no parking or whatever, you know, I think that the environmental review is not going to be dramatic. If somebody wants to build a builder's remedy with 1,000 units somewhere, just VMTs alone are going to be a cloudburst. And you'll have different CEQA issues. And it's just, you're right, it's very untested and intriguing in some ways, but
Scary in others, yeah.
yes.
Okay, I just have a couple more questions. So if all of the identified sites are in the housing element and actually, you know what, you already answered that question, never mind. Hang on, there's another one. Program 6, I think, bullet 4, page 5-9. Did you want to specify ags? This has to do with farm worker housing, I think. And did we want to talk about that on ag zone properties or just, and was that for all employee units or? I'm sorry, my notes were just that it was page 5-9 and program 6, bullet 4.
Well, let's begin. I can read that just so we have some context. And I believe it's on page 5-9, if in fact we're referring to program 6.
Yeah.
Just so if anyone's trying to look it up. But that particular bullet states that by July 2027, amend the zoning ordinances to allow all employee dwellings, parentheses, not just farm worker dwellings, that accommodate up to 6 employees to be permitted in the same manner as a single-family dwelling in the same zone.
Okay, so farm worker versus ag employee. I mean, our code talks about ag employee, but that's what farm worker housing is intended to cover, right?
Well, I think in this case, we're intending to cover all employee dwellings and treat them essentially, rather than treating them separately and applying different criteria, the idea is to apply the same criteria we would apply to single-family dwellings in that zone.
Okay.
In order to relieve some of the regulatory burden and encourage employee housing.
Okay. All right. That helps a lot. I think that's it for all my questions. Thank you.
That last item, by the way, is very progressive, and it's something where there's, in talking to landowners, it's sorely needed. They want to go beyond the strict definition of what an ag employee is. So somebody like who works in the tasting room at a winery that's 10 miles up the road, well, okay, they wouldn't qualify as an ag employee, but they might qualify under that. So that's pretty important. That's well thought out. And we've seen some projects, I again point at Keysite 17, that are very attractive because they have some on-site employee housing. So it's great that you've encouraged that. Okay. Commissioners Freeney and Cooney, did you want to ask any questions?
No, I'm learning here, and obviously the signs of battle are ahead, and the better we're prepared, the better it's going to be, but not for this decision today.
Very good. How about you?
Just one.
Okay.
SB 9 was brought up earlier by Commissioner Martinez, and I think it's a big component of why this needs to be done, why we're doing what we're doing, and I'll explain that later. But could somebody, for the benefit of the public, explain SB 9, that there's some real naughty stuff in there that takes away our planning? Everything we've done gets eliminated, and highly impacts neighborhoods, in my opinion.
Commissioner Farini, through the chair, SB 9, state law that was passed last year, that some equate to the elimination of single-family zoning. kind of colloquially, but essentially it allows for within single-family zones that meet certain criteria, like they're within urban areas and a handful of other things, to permit up to 2 primary dwellings on the lot, in addition to whatever ADU might also be permitted on that lot. That would contemplate the ability to have up to 4 dwelling units on a single parcel between 2 primary dwelling units and potentially up to 2 ADUs.
You split the lot.
It also allows for you to take a parcel and to split the lot and then end up with 2 lots, each with 2 units for a total of, you'd still end up with a total of 4 potential units on what started out as a single lot. There are certain criteria that you do have to meet in order to qualify and be eligible for SB 9. But it does certainly expand the opportunities for residential development within the urban area. I would also say that the permitting for SB 9 is required to be ministerial. So similar to some of these other things we're talking about, you can only apply objective standards. And if they meet those standards, they get their permit. If they don't, then they don't qualify. So we are actually in the process currently of updating our codes to implement SB 9 because the state identifies some standards that a jurisdiction needs to incorporate, but leaves other standards up to the discretion of the jurisdiction. So for example, coming up with height limits, size limits for SB 9 projects, or any objective design standards that you'd want to impose. So we're working through that. It's identified as one of the programs as part of the housing element to implement that program.
In our history, I believe statewide, and it's been documented in a lot of newspaper articles, it's been surprising how few applications have been made for SB 9 benefits. Just a handful in this county. And it's mirrored with ag employee dwelling units. We spent a lot of time in 2018 on that ordinance. And I think the last time we asked, maybe 1 permit had been pulled. So these are things that look good. Some cynics would call them eye candy. I wouldn't go that far, but we try, and some things work and some don't attract a lot of attention. So that's a lesson for us, is to make sure we have things that are appealing to those who own the land and would do something with them. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Tuttle.
Yeah, thank you. Well, let me take a shot at some things. Could you go to slide 7 first? I love this slide. I thought it was so informative. And I just want to make sure I got my numbers right. So that the population increase, that projection, in a few sentences or less, where does that come from? How do you get that?
Well, part of so there are various accounts and such, but we do have, as Alex mentioned a few minutes ago, there is a regional growth forecast that's prepared, and it's kind of part of the process that we use for various planning that's done through SBCAG. And so my recollection is that that's the source of these numbers.
SBCAG, okay. I have no reason to dispute it. It's just kind of surprised me. And I thought, that's about a 60,000 person difference. That's a new city. That's Goleta and Lompoc put together, okay? And this actually leads to my other questions. That's 60,000 people, okay? They're going to need teachers and nurses and cops and firefighters. They'll need all those people that are working here, okay? It's a tremendous impact. And then we get to the next one, 31,330 workers commute daily to South Coast. Is that from SBCAG too?
That's actually from a separate study that was recently published. It's called the Housing Affordability by the Santa Barbara Foundation, but I suspect their data probably came from, SBK.
You know what I'd love to see, and it maybe be a little dramatic information you could provide to the board. You'd make your presentation there. What was it in 1970? And then each decade since then, and I have a suspicion it's got like this. Those workers, I hope they aren't all the cops, nurses, and firemen and teachers that are going to service this new 60,000 population. Because I can see that number going way the heck up, and it should go way the heck down. Because we're one of the few counties that our GHGs don't keep going down; they keep going up a little bit. And I think it's because we have that traffic and 31,000 workers commuting. I don't know how many people are in the families of those workers. Do we have any kind of number? My guess would be I could double that, and that's a conservative guess. So that's another 60,000 people that every day we empty out a city of 60,000 people, and they move off to Santa Barbara to work. And that's a very interesting thing, and this will make a lot of difference on the outcome of all this, which leads me to my questions about moderate income. So let's go on. But before we get to moderate income, I think on the next slide or two, you had a slide that started to mention selection criteria. Maybe it's the next one. There you go. I just wanted to be sure that what you mean by selection criteria here, which was selecting sites to be included in the sites inventory, is different than the selection criteria that the board will develop with your help and apply when it actually picks which sites will be rezoned. Is that correct? Do you understand my question?
Yeah, Chair Park and Commissioners, I think what we did is, we were basically charged with coming up with a pool of sites that met some minimum criteria. The board will then have that before them, and they can certainly develop, they're going to have to make choices, so they may come up with some priorities. They may decide one class of sites isn't something they want to see developed, where they want to emphasize another class. So yeah, I think it is possible they could come up with their own criteria that are different from what we use to put together the total pool.
Got it. And this is where they might look at, how close is it to transportation corridors, to how much moderate income housing does it apply? Does it have provision of recreational amenities and all those kinds of things? But anyway, the board isn't constrained by what you've already used as selection criteria to get to where you are. Just didn't want that confusion in terms. Okay, moving on to program 5. We had a question. I think it was from the League of Women Voters? I think it was. Why wait to 2026 to have this workforce study? Why not do it right away? Seems like a reasonable question. Could you tell me what you think the answer is?
I'm just looking it up here. Mr. Chair, I think the question was about the long-term funding to encourage and help finance affordable housing. That was,
it was called workforce housing study.
There's a workforce housing study, but that's cited under a different program, I believe.
Oh, okay, well, that was the question from League of Women Voters, is the workforce study, why is it waiting to 2026?
So that is a study that's being conducted. The board has already been working with Community Services Department to conduct that. So the dates were provided to us by CSD to align with, I'm assuming, the completion of that study. But I know they've already been working on it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, just to clarify, the workforce housing study is December 2024.
Oh, okay.
So it's actually not that far off when you think about it.
Good point.
Yeah. So the January 2026 date is tied to this research for long-term funding.
Got it.
Yeah, and that is something that will be taken up by a different department than ours. And so when we worked with CSD, that it's also listed under CSD's as the primary responsible department. And they may move that forward more quickly, and that's something the board may decide they want to see happen immediately coming out of this process.
That was long-term funding for what?
For affordable housing. So as we all know, the redevelopment agencies that we used to have in the state of California had a set aside for affordable housing. And so that was a very stable, long-term source of funding. And when redevelopment agencies were eliminated, that pot of money disappeared and was not replenished. And so there are lots of, I think, jurisdictions are looking at other ways to create that stable source of income. And this was something that the League of Women Voters has been advocating for, and then did come in February of this year when we were meeting with the board to discuss the programs and asked that this be included, and the board supported it. So I think it'll be they'll be up to the board to provide direction on when they want to see that come before them. So it could certainly be advanced earlier than that, but we worked with the different departments who are responsible for implementing these items to align them with their work programs.
And that affordable classification there, that includes both low-income affordable and moderate-income affordable. Is that right?
Well, I don't know what it will include, but traditionally the redevelopment agency money was for low and very low.
Okay, this is kind of what I'm hoping to get at is I think the really difficult problem for us to figure out is moderate income housing. That's kind of what I was pointing out in slide 7, because you've got programs for funding low income, and you've got density bonuses that incentivize it with developers, and you've even got it in the builder's remedy. And but the builder's remedy has it for moderate income, but it has to be 100% moderate income, not 20%. There's no funding right now for moderate income, is there? And there's not nearly as much in terms of incentives with bonus density and all that to the level there is for low income. And I'm just wondering, is that addressed in any way in our program 5 or elsewhere?
It is addressed in it should be in the density bonus program. I think it's under that program. We are investigating developing a program that's incentivized moderate housing, similar way that state density bonus incentivizes low income housing. So it would actually be a program that competes with state density bonus, but offers all the same incentives. That's the objective. All the same incentives for moderate housing, so that we could encourage some of the development community to do that instead of the low and very low. We still need that. There's a massive need for very low and low too, but we wanted to create something to stimulate moderate housing.
And that something is where it's in one of these programs?
Yes, it's in, I think it's in the density bonus program.
13.
Program 13.
Well, that's really important and really innovative, and I think it's something we all agree. We'll need a lot of input from the property owners, from the developers on what might work, and from nonprofits and other employers of moderate income people that might work. So I'm really glad you did that. Could you go to slide 13 real quick? Question on ag employee dwelling units. Does that go into current capacity or anything, or does it show up? I mean, the fact that we could have ag employee dwelling units? It's not meant as a criticism, I'm just trying to understand that.
Not directly. I mean, we didn't try to project that. I think one of the issues we faced was what you pointed out a little earlier, is that we've had so few of these developments. And so when we come up with these projections, HCD cautions us to come up with realistic projections.
Right.
So we didn't want to count on something that we don't have a good track record for. But certainly, if we have the projects coming along, whether they're accounted for or not in our sites inventory, let's say a farm worker housing project comes up that we were just completely unaware of, if that builds, those units we will count them toward our RENA. So regardless of whether they're in the site's inventory, and that's just kind of a broad practice that's allowed regardless. I mean, if units are constructed, even though we didn't see them coming, we can count those. So for example, if the Housing Authority came in tomorrow with a new project for 100% lower income units in a certain location, and those are built, then we would count those even though we haven't included them within our vacant sites under current capacity, and we haven't included them under a rezone category either.
I think that's a really good point, and it seems to me it would give us motivation to get a little more feedback about why the ag employee dwelling unit ordinance is not being utilized, because it basically, it doesn't tag a few rezone sites. It takes every ag property and makes it eligible, under certain circumstances, for providing some employee housing. It could make a real difference, especially in the North County. And it's worthwhile trying to figure out, well, what tweak could we make to our existing ordinance that could help motivate this, or at least find out why it's not happening. So, okay. Let's move on a little bit. You knew I was going to ask about recreation. So Program 22, and I did ask the consultants who have been working with Parks Department or Parks Division to just weigh in on would there be any need to include more of a reference to recreation in the housing element. I kind of already knew an answer because we worked really hard. This very big project with P&D, and I'm looking at Mr. Wilson because he worked hard on it, the development review, and that was to put in all sorts of recreation incentives or incentives to provide recreation and put them outside the housing element, but they would work in concert with the housing element. So we wouldn't get the HCD thinking that we were putting in barriers to development, but we could get some really meaningful recreation. And but I asked for some suggestions, and I got some from a retired consultant there, and sent them to long range planning. And I understand, Director Plowman, you've got those. You could show them to us and show us your suggestions regarding those suggestions or your reaction to those. And I think it's worth doing now because the same thing will come up at the board, and this gives us sort of a head start.
Yes, yes. And Mr. Chair, if you would give me 1 to 2 minutes to get that information up on the screen, then we can proceed with that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Thank you for your patience while we get used to our new technology. But Commissioner Park did forward a number of comments that were provided by Mr. Giroux, and we're showing them here. One, he had a suggested change to Program 1 about creating priorities for the rezones, but this is premature. This is something that the board needs to make a decision on, and so we have, it's not something we're recommending that we change. If you keep going down, he had a number of changes. Selection criteria, yep, that's correct. Yes. And then he had a number of changes to Program 22 about recreational amenities for housing projects. And you can keep going. They're quite lengthy, and in some cases would be creating what the state would perceive as barriers to the development of housing by requiring certain percentages of open space that we can't actually accommodate in the zoning that we're proposing. So he has some suggestions that we thought we could accept. So we wanted to at least show you the full scope of what the suggestions were. But what I'd like to do is take it to what we are recommending we could accept that would be consistent with state direction. Because I think what the general gist of the comment is, look, if there is the potential to create recreation on a housing site that's open to the public, maybe there's we should be developing incentives for that, or that you could get a greater reduction in fees for that, rather than just having it available to the residents of the community that you're building. So that is what we have taken from the comments that we received from Commissioner Park and made some suggested changes to that program that could communicate that more effectively. So I'll just read this for the commission, but it's basically including a statement that says the recreation space could be public or private, but that we recognize that the acquisition of new public parks is challenging, and that in some cases, future residential development may be able to provide public recreational amenities, and thus could warrant an increase in the fee offset for recreation facilities that are open to the public. So right now, a developer has the option, if they're providing a lot of amenities on their property, they can apply to the Parks Department to reduce the amount of park fees that they're paying. Because in theory, the more amenities you have on the project site, the less demand that is putting on the rest of the community for recreational facilities. Now, if they broadened that to be open to the public, the entire public of the neighborhood or the community, then that could warrant a greater reduction in fees. That's the idea there.
Well, what I like about it is we address this in greater depth in the Rec Master Plan workshop and in the associated policies and LUDC changes would happen. And it's just nice to show that these policies, because the housing element is a policy, that they're compatible and they can work together, and that one's not excluding the other. So
And that if we scroll down, it just sort of, it modifies these bullets to be consistent with that above statement, right? And talks about identifying incentives that will encourage the inclusion of public recreational opportunities. So that, where it's possible, that maybe a developer would take advantage of that and make it open to the public.
Right.
It doesn't mandate it.
Okay. Well, I think, and so these are the ones that you've worked up, this language, to kind of accomplish those same purposes as much as possible. I think it'll be useful to preserve this material, take it to the board, and they can look at it again. But I think they'll like this approach. I think they like the approach that we presented in the workshop a month or two ago. So thank you for doing this. Okay. And I think that it would be...
Mr. Chair, actually, I'm interested to know if the rest of the commission is would make a recommendation to make these changes. I think that would be helpful as we move forward. And then we could let the board know what the commission's perspective was. Otherwise it's an unusual thing for us to advance separately from a commission recommendation.
I probably procedurally the way to do that is if somebody has strong objection right now, register that objection, let us discuss it. If not, then it could certainly be included in the motion we make for our recommendations to include these as revised. Does anyone have strong objections to what Director Plowman has prepared?
Mr. Chair. I wouldn't call it strong objections, but I have a lot of concerns about all these benefits that we're giving for recreational benefits. There are other kinds of public works and capital projects that are needed in this county as much as recreational things, which are also needed. So we've had this wonderful focus on recreational amenities, and I applaud, Commissioner Park and the whole team for doing that. But to act on this, I wouldn't be ready to. So I would just put that more, Chairman Park, as a minor, as a minor concern, not a strong objection to it. I just think that if we're going to be talking about this, let's talk about electric vehicle charging stations. Let's talk about multi-use paths for bicycles and baby carriages. Let's talk about, the whole infrastructure of the county. And we're not there yet. I don't know when we're going to be there, so this is what we have, and I'm just cautious about it because as developers don't pay fees or they come in with higher density and less fees, and we know that our Parks Department can't even keep up with what they're doing now, I don't know that analysis has even been, assessed. So I have just a lot of questions about it, and that's my only reason for being not 100% in support of it today.
I think those are good points, and I think the issue is an important one about what we can afford to maintain, keep. But those development fees will get paid anyway, those parks fees, and I'd rather have them invested in a park and have us worry about how to maintain it than have it sitting in a bank fund that accumulates forever and never gets spent. But it's a good point. Then let's save that for our deliberations, whether we incorporate it in the vote or not. Let me move on to my last point here. This is sort of a request that I'd have for P&D staff to see if we could work it into our upcoming hearings, literally this year. I heard the comments from Morel Brooks, for example, and others of disappointment with the process. I don't know if disappointment's the right word. It's more like probably all of us are surprised by how this process has gone, and it's been an enormously complicated thing that has been hard for anybody to get their hands on exactly how it would work, especially so much with the state mandates and so forth. So if we look back at it and say, was it the ideal process? Probably not. I wish the commission had had a longer time to consider it. I wish P&D had had more time to work on it. I wish a lot of things. But we did the best we could and come up with something pretty good. But a concern I have is one that I think the state has is, my concern isn't that we'll get overbuilt with these projects. It's that, will they get built? Okay? I mean, if we have to have projects to build 5,600 units, will they actually happen? I think from the developer's point of view, and I get this from talking to developers, these are bigger projects than we've ever had in the county, okay? 1,000 units. Think of the banking capacity, the lending capacity they have to deal with, the developers do. Think of the planning capacity they have to have in their own consultants. Think of the planning capacity that we have to have in development review to process all these things. It's just going to be a giant endeavor with a lot of risk. It's kind of like asking these property owners to push in all their chips at once, okay, that they have and ever will have. So I think the more signaling we can give them of what to expect in the beauty contest to occur as to what will be rezoned, the better. So I know that our board will come up with selection criteria that will look at amenities and other things. But I'd like an opportunity for the Planning Commission to at least offer some ideas. So here's what I'm going to ask. Could we schedule 10, 15 minutes in one of the December hearings so that planning commissioners could simply offer some identification of what planning commissioners would like to address when we have our rezone hearings, okay? And this would give you, P&D, a heads up of what the commissioners may want to talk about. It's not binding, it's not a commitment, it's just sort of a signal to you folks at P&D what we'd like to talk about when we do get rezones. It's something you could take to the board when you next go to them and say, here's some preliminary ideas from the PC as to what they want to talk about. And it also gives those developers as much notice ahead of time of what decision makers might want to look at when they're embarking on this really giant process. So do you have a response on what we could do with that one?
So, Mr. Chair, I think that, well, I'll have to coordinate on the timing.
Yeah.
Because I know the board, some members of the board are talking about having a conversation sometime in December about this. And so I would certainly want the Planning Commission's comments to come before that so we could filter that up to the board.
I agree.
So I'll coordinate on timing, and I don't have a problem coming and talking with our staff about what the PC would be, interested in transmitting in terms of advice they'd like to give the board or recommendations they'd like to give the board about.
Well, and just what Planning Commission members, what they hope to address when they get the formal rezone hearings, which will be probably in February or whenever they're going to occur.
Right.
And I'd like the commissioners to have a date for that so they can be thinking about it and prepare their list of categories or comments or whatever they want to call it.
So my thought is that it would be something you would have to do on the 29th.
Oh, really? The very next one? Yeah, because you're going to go probably up to the board on the 5th.
We are going to the board on the 5th.
Okay. Yeah. Well, then 29th, Big Ag Enterprise Ordinance. So if we could budget, 15 to 30 minutes, probably not even that, just so we could get a little list from each member, I think that'd be useful.
And I don't anticipate the staff preparing anything for that.
No, I don't.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, help me understand. Maybe it went past me. But so, what is the intent of this? Is just to articulate what we're hoping to get from staff when the rezone actions come to us?
No, it's an opportunity for you to say on the 29th, I know I'm going to get a rezone hearing here on the commission, and here's some things that I'm really concerned about, and I hope you would address. And that might be something that helps with discussion of the selection criteria that at least 4 of the board members I know want to discuss. And it also gives some signals to the developers out there of what are the kinds of things that planning commissioners are thinking about.
Okay.
If staff hears from us what we hope to hear about at the rezone hearings, then that might make some of the question and answer sessions, briefer than we had today, because they'll kind of understand what we're thinking about. All right. Well,
we just have some house cleaning items over here that we want to make sure that noticing would be due very, very shortly for something like that. And I'm wondering if we could put it under the director's report, Mr. County Counsel, as a discussion item and identify what it is that we're going to be discussing under that report. I don't know if it's too broad to do something like that, or do we need to make it a separate departmental item? Can we take 2 minutes to see if we
Let's
can
do that.
resolve that? Okay.
We know the board's going to bring it up on December 5th, so I think he's wanting to have their shot at it to inform the board. Yeah, as sort of a separate item. Mostly we've heard it from the second and third districts, but they want to, because we are coming to the end ultimately with the rezones and they're going to have some hard choices to make. They want to have a conversation to list out like what they're looking for with the beauty contest. So
PC wants to get in and give them some thoughts before they have that discussion.
and so what we've heard from the board is that, they'll go through the adoption of the housing element hearing item, and then they might transition immediately into this kind of conversation as like a primer for the subsequent rezone hearings. I think the idea is to give have the conversation, let developers know like what they're looking for, and then hopefully they can trot out their projects and mold them in a way that will
Make that more competitive.
Steve, you're regretting having that slide.
Okay, so originally I didn't have it in there, but we were told, and it made sense to kind of frame things, but it's interesting to see how they understood. Slide number 7.
I think we've come up with an elegant solution. What is it?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I think sort of the best thing for us to do at this point is I at some future director's report will come and explain to the PC sort of what the future process is with respect to the rezones that you'll be seeing, so you understand what we're going to be looking at and how that process is going to work. And if you have questions, you can ask questions at that point in time, but it's just to give you a preview of what's coming down the pike and an opportunity for you to investigate a little bit more about what the process might look like.
And if we don't understand something, we can tell you what our expectations are. And this gives us some feedback that we can take to our constituents that call us up and say, what's going on? And that'll be something useful. So that's great. I appreciate that.
I mean, yeah, the purpose is just to be informational.
Yeah, it suits exactly what I had in mind. Okay. Well, that's all I had to say. So I think unless staff has something else to add, we can go into deliberations. So let's go into deliberations.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Oh, I knew you'd speak up.
Excuse me. If I may?
You may.
Thank you. Because there was some speculation earlier about the functioning of the builder's remedy, I just wanted to reiterate what Director Plowman said. This really is a legally untested provision of law. It's contained within a single subsection of the Housing Accountability Act. And while there is some speculation as to how it functions, the county and planning and development have not taken any formal action to interpret or determine exactly how it constrains the county's discretion in reviewing housing projects. And we'll be looking to case law as it develops.
That's right. And it is developing now as we speak. And it's interesting. I did a real thorough overview of the literature on it, and all the authors come to wildly divergent opinions and things. And it's not only just in one paragraph; it's essentially one sentence, and it's been there since like what 1980. Well, whatever. But good point. I appreciate that, Mr. Pettit. Well, we're in deliberations. This is a project that belongs to every district, so we're not going to start with whosoever is in the district in which it occurs. So who would like to go first in their comments on deliberation, or have we exhausted them all in our questions? I'm seeing Mr. Freeney's light.
I'll go.
Thank you.
Mine will be pretty simple. This is a big project, and as someone earlier said, staff is to be highly commended on putting all of this together. And I know it's a big presentation, but it's a small presentation for everything you put together. I really appreciate it. The big thing, I brought up SB 9, and staff presented that very well, I think, so that everybody understands what the county, what planning and development is up against. We had to find a way to try to keep some controls in place so that we still have planning on our development in this county. This is going to go to the board. I really like how you explained, yes, there's 8,000 some sites available for 5,000 some odd needs, so they do have a great selection. Another good part of this project. So I'm in full support of what staff has presented today. Would I prefer not to have to do this? Yes, I would, but we can't let chaos take over. So thank you, staff.
Well, thank you. Commissioner Cooney.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been an instructive process, and from the beginning, staff has shared with us this two-part process we're engaged in, the first of which is to update the housing element itself. And the future, it contains lots of work for the Planning Commission and the public to develop the sites that will meet the goals of the housing element. I'm not looking forward to those because I think every time a site would be up for discussion, you'll have a spirited discussion, very serious issues. I have to confess, I came on the Planning Commission at a time when there was a real effort to minimize growth and the number of people living in the county, and we did not feel the pressure that people could not live here. So there were many, many projects where we were scrutinizing proposed developments and narrowing the impacts it would have on existing development, on existing citizens' lives. So while this is turning in the opposite direction, I think the real conflict is going to be met during our rezoning hearings, and those should be full and public, and I'm sure the board will support that direction. So I'm prepared to not only join, but to make the motion to approve the action before us today as just one step in a much larger process.
And Commissioner Cooney, could I ask, just in clarification, if you were to make that motion, would it include the modifications that Director Plowman made in Program 22 on recreation that were up on the screen? I mean, they're not up there now, but they were.
No, I saw them when they were up, and I think they're fine. They're part of the process. It's not to say it should be in the final decision tree, but we can save that for when we start those hearings themselves, and it's only a couple of months away before we do, so we can approve the inclusion of Program 22 in this motion.
Okay. Let's see, we had Commissioners Briley and Martinez, did you have further comments and deliberations? Okay, Commissioner Briley?
Thank you. I really want to applaud staff. I think you did a great job with an impossible task, and I'm really impressed, and I really appreciate all the questions that you had answered for me today. I am not going to be able to support the motion because I am still stuck in the 90s and 2000s. It's just my age. I have a district that is going to freak out when they understand what is going to be built near them or could be built near them. Now, I have a tendency, I always admit it, to be a little bit Chicken Little-ish. Like, oh my God, ADUs are going to be everywhere. And the quality of our neighborhoods will be impacted in the second district more than any other district. People can claim that the South Coast is the reason that we're in this problem, but when I ran the calculations using everything in the staff report with the 8466 total units, 55% of these are slated for the second district. The next highest district is the fourth district with 2130, but we've got 4,700 units that could happen in the second district. And I just know from my constituent base, that's not in the, it's not in the public welfare benefit or several of findings. So I know you will get approved. I think it was a good job. I just am not there. So that's all.
But I think you're making your comments not just because you think it's going to get approved. I'd like to hear what would you suggest as an alternative to approving this? What direction should we go? And I'd like to know.
I would like to see the housing spread out a little bit more in more of the districts. I understand better than a lot of people the jobs housing balance, the home to work commute force. And by the way, in the 90s, it was reversed because I had a job at the city of Ventura, and actually the direction was going down there for jobs and coming here to live. So it goes back and forth. Right now, for the last 30 years, Santa Barbara has been the magnet for homes. So we have the commuters coming in, and that's the situation we're dealing with now. But to have so much of it you know, again, 55% in the second district, which is the smallest geographic district. And just because we have a couple of remnant agricultural parcels on the Hollister Avenue, which are in good corridors, I just think that's a little bit lopsided. So spreading it out to other parts of the county, whether it's more in the first district or a few more in the third district, or I also don't know that anybody has gotten a handle on, you know, how does the home to work commute even work? It's not what it was 5 years ago after COVID. People are working, you know, remotely and everything like that. So there's just a lot of questions behind the screen of what these numbers are, and I would just like to see it better spread out. And that might not fulfill what the state is doing. And frankly, this is a protest vote to the state of California. Thank you very much. I don't like the way the state has taken local planning and completely tossed it in the trash. Between SB 9 and 10, between, you know, these kinds of arena numbers for, you know, you didn't do a good job and so now you're in a housing crisis. Well, we were always in a housing crisis. I am sorry. You know, in 1988, the mortgage rates were 14%. So it was never easy to buy a house here, and now it's not any better. Now it is worse. I agree with that. But all of this in one district is really the problem that I have, so. I don't have any solutions.
But you're not asking to continue the hearing?
Oh, not at all. No, not at all.
And you're not asking for modifications of the
No.
language that you have in mind?
No.
It's, like you say, a protest vote. Okay.
No.
Well, then I think that we can go ahead and ask Mr. Cooney to make the motion he had in mind. Unless somebody else has something else they want to add? You ready?
Don't see anybody else.
No.
Okay. The recommendation by staff is appropriate, and it's fairly brief. The motion is that we make the required findings for approval and recommend that the board make the required findings for approval, including CEQA findings. Recommend that the board determine the HEU is exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15061B3 and adopt a resolution recommending that the board adopt the HEU, which includes the Program 22, but it's not excluding anything else either. So that's the motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
And Secretary Wilson, is that sufficiently clear? Okay. Any further deliberations on the motion itself? Then let me ask all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there's one no, is that right, Commissioner Bradley?
No would be my vote, yes.
Okay, so the motion's carried 4-1. Do we have any further business on this matter today? Do we have any further business today for this hearing?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I do have one question. For the rezoning, I know we're going to have this discussion under the director's report, but when it comes, how is the noticing done for that? I only ask because sometimes there are huge notices to everybody in the county, or, I mean, it used to be when there was more budget, or there's a display ad in some kind of something. Very few people knew about today's hearing from general public, or maybe it was not something they were interested in hearing about. I mean, we got the e-blast yesterday at 1:30 to the housing element update, you know, mailing list, which I was on for a couple of years. So my question is, when the rezonings actually come back, how is that going to be noticed, considering it's not a site-specific thing?
Commissioner Bradley through the chair. So we will do broad noticing, and we'll have a press release, and we do social media, and we do e-blast so people are on our list. So that's typically how we do it, and it usually reaches a broad spectrum of people. Mr. Bell, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, we would do a display ad as well. It'll be on our webpage. We're also hoping that people will, we've been promoting the visual simulation, so we're hoping that will be an engagement tool where people can go in and start looking at these sites, and it's quite complicated with the assumptions, but the simulation site simplifies that process, and we think that's going to be a real factor and draw people in and help them make choices.
Okay.
I have a quick question, if I may, Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Martinez.
These notices for the contemplation of rezoning, is it just one fell swoop of rezoning considerations, or is it phased considerations? You know, we're thinking about these 3 sites or 4 sites.
Commissioner Park, Commissioner Martinez, the way the process is going to need to work is we're going to have to do them as a group. We're going to have to make selections because what HCD is looking for is, have we adopted sufficient sites to accommodate our RENA? So by doing that, we can't kind of piecemeal it and say, well, we've identified some sites and we're going to come back and do some more. They want us to show us, they want to see the final selection because that's what they're going to start using then as a benchmark to see whether or not we're satisfying our RENA. And that's the benchmark we'll use to determine whether or not we fall subject to the no net loss law.
Thank you. That's going to be one large meeting and long meeting, I imagine.
That's
You'll be
correct.
chairing it.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioner Martinez, it's going to be more than one meeting.
Okay.
We're going to break it up because it's a lot to absorb in one day, and we need plenty of time for public comment.
Public comment will be for days.
And to be clear, we are going to have to kind of approach this in a North County, South County, since the state has divided our RENA. So we're going to have to work through things individually for each portion of the county.
Maybe the room will be finished up there by then. I hope. Okay, I think we're done with this matter, and there's nothing else before us for today. There is.
Sorry.
Going once.
There are, things
Bryce?
have changed since we talked this morning. So I would like to again.
In what way?
I want another torturous conversation on hearing dates, or not hearing dates,
Okay.
sorry. On holiday luncheon dates.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, it's,
Okay.
I enjoy torturing ourselves on that. So the December 13th hearing date, since we talked about it this morning, that item has been pulled by the applicants off of the projection report. They don't want to, they want to continue to another day.
That was the Keyside H one?
That is correct. So the Keyside H on the applicant request is asking to be moved to a different date. So we no longer have any items on the December 13th. So may we consider the December 6th date since we will all be here?
Didn't I suggest that?
Commissioner Cooney is prescient.
What, and I told you so. Sounds good. Meeting's adjourned.
Mr. Martinez, check with the secretary?
I have everything cleared on there.